Okay, we're going live. We're live.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2024 Youth Challenge Nationals. This looks a little bit different for you this year, not bowling in person, but we're bringing it to you live stream across Canada. I'm Daryl Bradley. We got Vanessa Gauvreau with you, and we got Carrie Kreitz. Yes, this is live stream, not normal as you're expected, but we're going to have a great weekend. Little opening ceremonies here scheduled for you. But first, I want to pass it off and welcome Vanessa to the live stream. And thanks for helping us out here this weekend. Bonjour, comment ça va, Vanessa?
Ça va bien, Daryl, merci. Et toi, comment ça va?
Bien, merci.
Thank you, Daryl. I'm super excited to be invited in the 5-Pin Universe studio and partnering up with the 5-Pin Universe. We do know it's never going to replace the in-person feeling of all getting together, and we all get that. The C5 PVA has a dedicated group of people assigned to find a solution to bring us all back to a national event in person. But we needed to find a solution for the 2024 editions, and I'll say that I'm pretty excited on what we're putting together here with this crazy idea of having 5 live stream, 10 teams, 9 bowling centers all working together at the same time. It's pretty scary, to be honest, from an hosting perspective, but so exciting to see it all come to life. One of the magicians behind the production is actually joining us, co-hosting this opening today. So over to you, Carrie.
Yeah, thank you very much, Vanessa and Daryl, for that obviously great intro. We here at 5-Pin Universe, we have been live streaming for a quick decade with the WCBT, the Masters, the Open, and our own 5PL. We're happy to help out the C5 and make this the best virtual nationals we can do. And we understand that this isn't the goal for the future, but we're happy to let these kids play in great competition against each other and in their own home, which hopefully will be great for them as well.
Yeah, it's a proven concept, right, Carrie, with the 5-Pin Universe and the success that 5PU's had in the last number of years, being sort of the forefront of 5-Pin bowling when it comes to live streaming. You've done the Masters, we've done the Open Nationals, we've done several WCBT events. But of course, the 5PL. You do notice that I am wearing the Bombers jersey. A little shout out for the Bombers there. No longer the reigning champions. We've now crowned the third season 5PL champions. But this is where it's all started from, is the proven fact that 5-Pin Universe can live stream bowling. But as you mentioned, Vanessa, it is a little bit different because we've got 5 streams going. And 5 different technical directors, 5 hosts, commentary from every bowling center, a little bit of moving around from stream to stream, but we've done the work. We're prepared for it, and it's going to be exciting. But the 5-5s will be a little bit different. You won't be in person giving high five, right? So, but by all accounts, this is the best that we're going to do. Have fun with it. Enjoy it. It'll be a good weekend, right?
For sure.
We do want to acknowledge, and in the spirit of truth and reconciliation, we would like to acknowledge that the Youth Challenge Nationals will be played on Turtle Island, the land of the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. This land continues to be home to diverse Indigenous peoples whom we recognize as contemporary stewards of the land and vital contributors of our society. We value the significant historical and contemporary contributions of local and regional nations of Turtle Island. Thank you.
Donc, je reconnais que je suis présentement sur le territoire non cédé du peuple Anishinaabe, qui a pris soin de cette terre depuis des générations. C'est sur cette même terre que des décisions ont été prises qui ont durement affecté la culture et les familles autochtones. Nous ne sommes peut-être pas personnellement responsables de ces actions posées, mais que pouvons-nous personnellement faire pour agir vers une réconciliation et une vérité? C'est à notre tour et à nous tous d'y réfléchir. So we are inviting you to reflect on the unceded land you are currently on and on the many decisions and actions that have been taken affecting Indigenous families and their culture. Pay respects to their elders past, present, and emerging.
Thank you. Next, we want to acknowledge and recognize the C5 Executive Committee and a little bit of the subcommittee who has been helping greatly on the Youth Challenge Nationals. We've been meeting here, I think, weekly, bi-weekly for the last 4 months, convincing and showing in the C5 Executive and subcommittee that this is possible. But many hands make light work, and we appreciate all their contributions here thus far as well. So
I think I've had more meetings, given the fact that it's virtual, than when it's actually hosting in person. So there's great work behind the scene, guys, and you will all appreciate it.
yeah. So we have President Len Islason, our first Vice President Annette Bruneau, second Vice President and Technical Director Tim Wiseman, and our Corporate Secretary Treasurer Vanessa Gauvreau. Vanessa, I noticed there that we have Tim Wiseman, second vice president and technical director. So does that ultimately mean Tim was in charge of?
Blame it on Tim. If anything goes wrong, blame it on Tim.
Yeah, yeah.
That's exactly the way 5-Pin Universe is going to take this too. If it all falls apart, it's all on Tim.
And
Tim
if it's
Wiseman.
great, it's because of the collaborative work that we've all done together, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He held us to task, every couple of weeks he'd have an agenda. Okay, how about this and how about this? It was like pretty impressive. Yeah, let's not give him too much credit though. Anyways, enough about Tim. Let's get a message from our C5 national president, Len Islason.
Hi, I'm Len Islason, president of the Canadian 5-Pin Bowlers Association, and I want to welcome each and every one of you to the 2024 Youth Challenge Championships. This year's event is unique as we are truly coast to coast streaming live for all of our friends back home to see. I want to start by congratulating each and every one of you for qualifying this far. I look forward to the next 3 days, but we couldn't do it without the volunteers and the coaches who are working so hard to help us put this all together. Also, thank you to our new partners, the 5-Pin Universe, for all the work you're doing in helping us stream this service right across this great country. So for the next 3 days, I wish you all great bowling, great success, and have fun.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. We will now introduce you to all contingents, the stars of this event. So proudly representing BC, bowling from Lincoln Lanes in Vernon, we have Kara Thurston, Brianna Zubkov, Edison Dallin, Nig Posnikoff, Gavin Wynn, and Evan Borg. Coach is Karen Cernick. Good luck, Team BC.
And coming from Alberta, that are bowling at Bonnie Doon Bowling Lanes, we have Jillian Collins, Michaela Sanderson, Brianna Nystrom, Jordan Lowen, Nathan Woodkowicz, Matthew Cox, and their coaches are Heidi Mapstone and Steve Petrusevich. Representing
Saskatchewan, we are presenting Taylor Kerr, Marissa Yori, Jaylee Anderson-Nilsson, Trevor Cox, Braden Akers, Charles Spitzak, and coaches are Karen Kirkland and Sean Hilborn. They are bowling at Minter Rec Center in Prince Albert. Let's go, Teams SK.
And from Manitoba, we've got Jillian LaMonica, Cadence Madden, C.D. Olson, Maxim Gibson, Noah Brown, Ethan Blackburn, coaches Grant Spack and Debbie Tarn, bowling at Apollo Park Bowling Center in Winnipeg.
Now from Northern Ontario, where you can find the best turkey dance ever, IP represent, we have Jordan Graham, Emily Viuso, Isabel Hayden, Colton Wildshire, Sean Wakewich, Shane Jonathan Scambolari, and coaches are Philip Mayo and Natasha Smith Tremblay. Let's go, NO. They're bowling at, oh, sorry, I missed that one. I start over?
Yeah, started it over.
I bring back the turkey thing?
Yes,
Yeah.
I would redo the turkey thing.
Yeah, that was good.
From Northern Ontario, where you can find the best turkey dance ever, IP represent, we have Jordan Graham, Emily Viuso, Isabel Aiden, Colton Wildshire, Sean Wakewich, Shane Jonathan Scambulary, and coaches are Philip Mayo and Natasha Smith Tremblay. They are bowling at Mario's Bowl in Thunder Bay. Let's go, NO.
And from Ontario, bowling out of Mountain Lanes in Hamilton, we got Kyla Wallace, Raven Hamaker, Kaylee Milner, Eric Berg, Ryan Luker, Colton Stewart, and coaches Jennifer Hager and Matt Wallace. Good luck, Ontario.
Maintenant de la belle province du Québec, nous avons Rosanne Nadeau, Catherine Lafortune, Callie Sinnett, Michael Mador, Johan Donny. Les entraîneurs sont Céline Saint-Ange et Guy Charon. L'équipe du Québec jouera à la salle des quilles Donny à Gatineau. Bon succès à l'équipe.
And we have Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. We've got Ellie Smith, Amy Vinote, Addison McIntosh, Hunter Holman, Dylan Guitar, Alex Holberg, coaches Rod Nitz and Kim Howe, and they're bowling out of North Rustico Lions Bowling in Prince Edward Island.
Now moving on to Team Prince Edward Island, who's bowling at the North Rustico Lions Bowling in North Rustico as well. The team members are Chastity Campbell, Summer Kelly, Amelie Gallant, Trey Wedge, Jeffrey Ferguson, Landon Harvey. Coaches are Brenda Carr and Steve Kneebone. Go Team PI.
And last, we have from Newfoundland, Labrador, bowling out of Holiday Lanes in St. John's. We've got Vanessa Elliott Lynch, Abby Tiller, Jenna Lee Bowers, Carter Belbin, Luke Walsh, Cody Jacobs, and coaches Art Wells and Stephanie Kelly. Well, Vanessa, I think you might have gotten a couple of harder names to pronounce there. I did at the end of the day have Art Wells to pronounce. So we apologize if we pronounced anybody's name wrong. I think we did okay.
I want to thank their parents who sent me voice message to make sure I pronounced the kids' names correctly. So thank you for that.
Well, I think it's fun to be able to hear your name first up on screen. So glad to introduce everybody. I hope you cheered a little bit when your name was coming up and had a little waving of your pom-poms or whatever that setup might look like across the country. I wonder what the different setups are going to look like this weekend.
Yeah, if they're going to have watch parties or what they have going on, if they're going to be down at the centers, if they can't make it down, I hope they have it on their big 70-inch projection televisions and in their garages or whatever that may look like. I hope the fans and the audience are having a great time with it and watch some great bowling.
Definitely. The competition is still there, so give us a good show.
Yeah.
Well, for the first pressure moment that one of these 5-pin bowlers has to do this weekend, it's now time for the bowler's oath, right? So traditionally, this is you come up, one French version and English version, you come up and you deliver your bowler's oath at the front of the opening ceremonies and amongst all of your bowlers. This time, it's not that way. It's in front, in front of thousands and thousands of people that are watching you right now.
No pressure, eh?
No pressure at all. First up, let's have Michaela Sanderson from Alberta.
We have come here virtually this week to compete for the Canadian Youth Challenge 5-Pin Bowling Championship. Everyone has shown a high degree of excellence to reach this plateau. While there will only be one champion at the completion of this competition, let us remember that keen competition is most important, and the ultimate result, indicating winning or losing, is merely secondary. With this in mind, let us proceed with a spirit of friendship into these championships, and let us realize that the competitors are from across Canada and consider the unifying force these championships can impart to us as Canadians.
Thank you, Michaela. Maintenant, pour la version française, nous accueillons Antoine Nadeau.
Cette semaine, nous sommes réunis virtuellement pour participer au défi jeunesse, championnat national des 5 quilles. Pour nous rendre à ce niveau, nous avons tous atteint un haut degré d'excellence. Même s'il n'y aura qu'un seul champion à l'issue de la compétition, n'oublions pas que l'essentiel, c'est l'ardeur de la compétition et que le résultat final, c'est-à-dire la victoire ou la défaite, n'est que secondaire. Abordons ces championnats dans un esprit d'amitié. Prenons conscience que les concurrents viennent de partout au Canada et réfléchissons à la force unificatrice que ces championnats peuvent nous apporter en tant que Canadiennes et Canadiens.
Merci, Antoine. You can see, Vanessa, I've even scaled my French back a little bit. I did speak a bit of French at the Open Nationals.
You did great.
I think I had a good teacher, and you wrote everything down and worked with me on the pronunciation. So I got a ways to go. I won't say I'm anywhere near the best, and probably closer to the bottom of the worst. But anyways, I appreciate it.
The efforts are worth it all. I just want to thank again for having merch in French version. This is great touch. So thanks again for that.
Yeah, and all the logos and all the branding. I think we're a bilingual country, and I think it's important to be able to have both versions. So appreciate you for suggestion, and graphic designers and the people behind the scenes that were able to accommodate and make things work. You betcha.
Merci tout le monde.
Yeah. Now time for the singing of O Canada.
Oh, donc Daryl, tu vas chanter.
No, merci. No, merci.
Let's keep that to professionals.
Yeah, you bet. If you are, please rise, remove your caps, and listening to O Canada. Thank you.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command.
Car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits.
God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Now it's just time to take a few moments. Let's talk a little bit of the formalities. Live stream is obviously a little bit different from being in person. So everybody still has score sheets. There's some technical things that are happening. There's some where the statistics, where are all the streams, different things for different people to look at. So Carrie, can I ask you to chat a little bit about the technical side of how the streaming will work here?
Yeah, for sure. So for all those coaches and technical directors, and even for the spectators, they might want to know, the bowlers are at their home centers or wherever their host center is, and they will not be moving lane to lane. They'll just be staying on one lane. And the important thing is they are also watching their competition, and they will play one frame at a time. So all 5 bowlers will play one frame, wait till the other team has completed their frame, and then they'll start the next frame. So you get some great competition. Nobody's jumping ahead of anybody and all that great stuff. And then the score sheets, you'll have scoreboards on your screen directly from the centers themselves. Hopefully the score system looks good and we won't have too many technical difficulties with that. But the teams will be filling out their score sheets and sending it to our technical directors, directly to our executive director, and it'll be posted live on the website, hopefully within minutes, that you can keep up to date and see where your home team or your favorite team is standing against the rest of the competition.
Yeah, so the stats is intended to be just as quick as normally as you were in person. All the managers and coaches, they're submitting their score sheets to the C5, and they'll verify accuracy, and then they'll be posting up the stats. So we'll, of course, have some announcements, and we'll have the standings going on every stream as well. There is 5 streams, so spectators, your home province may not be playing on the same stream for every game that they play. So you'll have to check the schedule. You have to find the various links that's streaming on the YouTube channels that are out there on various websites. So the C5 will have that on there. 5-Pin Universal, I'm sure, will share. There'll be Facebook. There'll be lots of information. And we ask that you as well share those links out so that we can get as many people watching as possible. Wouldn't it be pretty cool to see that little ticker say 20,000 people? that are watching live, at one point in time. What does the number look like? So share it with your friends, share it with your family. I know you've all got that. Again, results can be found on C5. But other cool interactive thing for you, audience and people watching, is that you can be interactive on the screen, on the chat. Many times at the 5PL, there's comments, 20, 30, 40 comments. That's what gives the commentators that are active banter. There's opportunity to reply. Please no obscene or bad negativity comments. Those aren't going to be shared, but we can share comments live on stream. So be interactive with us. That's what makes it fun on our side as the commentary crews that are bringing this production to you. Engage with us, talk with us, and have some fun with it.
Yeah, and for bowlers, give it all you've got. We're all co-responsible for the event success, you included. Bring us your energy through the camera. We'll return it back, as you mentioned, Daryl, through comments, cheers from home. Give us a good show to watch, but most of all, enjoy, have fun. You're part of the 2024 edition.
And yeah, another fun thing that we're planning for production is adding player profiles. So players, you guys filled out all of your player profiles and all of this information. So when we're commentators talking about you, we might talk about what your highest score is. We're going to talk about what, a fun fact or what sort of bowling balls that you're using or some interesting, unique things. So we'll bringing that to the production. But the other thing that we'll be bringing is the evolution of a strike that you've likely seen around a little bit. So, of course, it may just be, a turkey. It may be, the turducken. It might be, a shaken martini, right? The 007.
Oh, I love that one.
Yeah. Maybe not appropriate for the youth, but it is what it is.
It's a virgin version.
Then, the big gulp. Who's going to get the big gulp? Can we get that for an 11 strikes in a row, right? And maybe can we?
That would be
right?
Great.
So
amazing.
Some of these graphics, this is what we want to bring to the show. So throw your 3 strikes in a row, 4, 5, 6. Let's run them up. Let's have some fun with it. It's going to be a good show. So Carrie, any final comments before we get going? Long time coming to this, but we're about to press play here on 5 streams, 9 different bowling centers. Is the heart going a little bit, or are you feeling good?
Yeah, of course the heart's going a little bit. Not only am I excited to watch the fantastic bowling that's going to be coming across the country, I'm also excited to see how 5-Pin Universe has come all this way to able to bring a national event. Every ball is recorded, every shot is recorded. Like, to have that for the kids, the family members, the friends to go back and even rewatch. We can't thank the C5 enough to coming to us and asking us if this was possible, and we are more than excited to bring this all to your living rooms, essentially.
Yeah, I'll add to that, and I'll echo what you're saying, Kerr. I think it's pretty exciting. I can't wait for this to start with the months of preparation that were done on making sure this event works and that it's fun for kids. Of course, it's different, but it can still be special and very, very cool. So thanks to 5-Pin Universe for this partnership again, and I'm very confident we're gonna have something pretty good to watch over the next days.
Kind words. Thank you, Vanessa. But here we are, team ready to get going. Today you've got 5 games. Tomorrow you've got 5 games. And then on Sunday is the step ladder, where we have the championship step ladder and a consolation step ladder, minimizing down to 2 streams happening. Be sure to check in after it's all said and done on Sunday. There is a closing ceremonies where we will hand out some virtual hardware to the champions and have a little bit of interviews, hopefully, commentary with those winning teams. So please stick around after it's all said and done. We will do a wrap-up show on Sunday afternoon, evening, time zone, depending on where you are, even if it's not all of you are good morning right now. You're all afternoon. It could be different time zone, but that's the beauty of this. But we thank you very much. Enjoy the next few days. Good luck and good bowling.
And don't worry, people, the real hardware will get home. So it's virtual for that Sunday, but they will make their way home. There's no worry and no concerns about that. So on that note, I also want to wish the best of luck to technical teams, bowlers and coaches. Have fun. Make this event one to remember. Alors les gars, est-ce qu'on est prêt pour la vraie compétition maintenant?
We.
So time for first ball thrown.
Ready?
Set.
Go.
I think we're on.
Yes. Welcome.
Welcome, folks.
Yes.
Welcome, everyone.
Hello, everyone.
Good morning or a good afternoon, wherever you may be in the country.
Good afternoon for us.
I'm Steve Barker. I'm hosting this stream today. Joined the first game by our PEI commentator, JB.
Hi, JB Rainsberger, coming to you from lovely Summerside, PEI.
Many of you will know JB, proud sponsor of the game, good player as well. And joining us from Alberta as their host commentator, someone just off of her 5PL League Championship with Next Gen, and she will be off to Open Nationals next week, Julia Robko.
I'm so stoked to actually be a part of this. So let's watch some good youth bowling. I'm ready for this.
Yes, should be fun for sure. So I don't want to keep the players waiting too long. I'm not sure, JB, do you have their starting lineup or anything? We may have to get those off the score screen.
Yes, I don't have a lineup. I have rosters.
Okay, so I will put up the rosters. I will get JB to go over the Prince Edward Island roster.
All right, so representing PEI, among the girls, we have Chastity Campbell, Summer Kelly, and Emily Gallant. And for the boys, we have Trey Wedge, Jeffrey Ferguson, and Landon Harvey. And our coaches, thanks very much to them for volunteering their time, Brenda Carr and Steve Kneebone, who are both well-known open bowlers and IP bowlers over the last several years. And they will be bowling out of North Rustico, PEI at the Lions Club Bowling Center there.
Awesome. And we'll get Julie to give us the Alberta roster.
All right, for Alberta, we got Jillian Collins, Michaela Sanderson, Brianna Nystrom, Jordan Loden, Nathan Woodkovich, Matthew Cox. And for coaches, we have Heidi Mapstone and Steve Petrovic. Sorry, Steve, I hacked that last name. And they're bowling out of Bonnie Doon Lanes.
Very good, very good. All right. Yeah, it should be exciting. I know the players have sat through all the opening ceremonies and stuff. We will get into their starting lineups once we get them into the stream. I have a commercial here for PEI and for Alberta. I will run those, and then I will run the little match promo, and then we will get underway.
Welcome to Lacombe Ford. Small town professional service. Real people. Real rewards. Real easy. Welcome to Drayton Valley Ford. Small town professional service. Real people. Real rewards. Real easy.
Familiar faces on both of those ads. All right.
Yeah, I'm really grateful to be able to be here to do this. Tomorrow, I switch back into software consultant mode, and I'm going to be in Budapest sometime Sunday.
Ah,
Their conference next week. A little bit of work in Prague, so I won't be touching a bowling ball for about 2.5 weeks. This is
nice.
my last chance to be a bowler until then.
Very good. Okay, I will hide.
Oh,
All right, test 1, 2. Let's see whether we have any audio here. I'm going to turn off my camera. All right, test 1, 2. Does anyone hear me? All right, so I rejoined the stream, so everybody else maybe should try doing that, and perhaps we are good. I'm going to take my camera off. I'm going to switch back here. I'm going to take over commentary until someone tells me to stop. All right, so we're finally underway here. I did not get a chance to announce the PEI lineup, so we'll deal with that as they come up. In the 4 spot, we have Jeffrey Ferguson, who represents Bulls out of Charlottetown. I haven't really got to meet Jeffrey outside of the Youth National Provincials and Youth Challenge Provincials that we have. So I've had a chance to see him bowl a few times. And I have never seen him bowl in a team. So this will be really interesting for me. And I think I'm going to see now Julie. Yes, I hear Julie. So that's wonderful.
Perfect.
All right. So this is the typical streaming solution of leave and come back. So Julie, turn your camera off for a while until you're in the background. There we go. Now we're back full screen.
Okay.
And here comes Trey. I had all this wonderful commentary about the lineup that apparently I'm the only one who heard. I'm not going to repeat that, but I just want to emphasize that in years last year when Trey bowled on the Youth Challenge team, we had him a lot often in the leadoff position where his energy really brought a different dynamic to the team. So I'm curious to see how he. I know he very often bowls anchor because he is often the highest average bowler on the team. And if anybody can handle pressure, it's him. But he's shooting his old nemesis, the right corner pin. And he insists on throwing it down the right side. And I keep telling him that's maybe unwise. And he keeps not listening. And that's okay. We've been having this conversation for 10 years and we'll probably have it for 10 more.
Hey, right side's hard to get, man.
I'm a right-hander. I do not enjoy shooting the right side, but
rough.
I give myself a little bit more angle than this. So it looks like PEI has made it through with 75. It's 75 to 75. Now we have 1 mark on PEI's side to 5 on the Alberta side. So obvious advantage to Alberta to start.
I feel bad I didn't get to watch that frame at all, but better late than never, I guess.
Yeah, well, this is kind of how things go. Chastity is in her second year bowling at the Youth Challenge. She bowled on last year's team. It was a team that I got to coach along with Ghislaine Bernard. So it was this Chastity and Trey are the 2 holdovers, and all the other members of the PEI Youth Challenge team, this is their first Youth Challenge Nationals experience. So I'm really happy for them to get the chance to do this. Chastity started with 2 left corner pins, 1 spare and 1 spare. I don't know whether Alberta's having some difficulty or they've just decided that they're going so fast they want to give PEI a head start in the second frame. But Summer has come out with a double, and it's a great place to start. Emily Gallant's first big tournament experience, and she is another one of these these kids who are just, she's happy, she's even, she has a really nice mental state, but she kind of has that typical, feels a little conspicuous, doesn't like being watched. So I wonder whether this being her first big tournament of experience, if she'll enjoy the fact that she's not, she doesn't have hundreds of people around watching her and doesn't feel like she's as much on stage. And so she started with 2 spares, which is certainly a nice way to start. And now we have some action on the Alberta side.
Yeah, it looks like they were trying to fix the lane, so they were doing a little change, but seems like it's back up and going.
So after a bit of a slow start with 4 open with only 2 spares and a strike, now we have 2 spares, 2 strikes over on PEI's side. Trey has got past the nerves of shooting his first right corner pin.
Oh, solid.
And there's that left pocket shot that works very well for Trey. He's He is about a 215 average bowler, but I think he, like me, finds league bowling a little bit hard to concentrate and focus on. I don't have the numbers in front of me from past events, but I would be willing to bet that if you look back at his results in the big tournaments over the last 2 or 3 years, he's averaged a lot more than 215 in those events. It's the second straight miss on the outside for Alberta here in the second frame.
Just rushing a little bit by the looks of it. Oh, not that. Oops.
Very nice. Oh, there we go. Sticks the right arm out. You know, that was a much more comfortable shot. So that'll certainly help him get rolling. Julie, I'm curious. Do you have youth challenge experience yourself as a bowler?
I do. Yeah, I bowled in it since I was able to. For nationals, I was pretty lucky. I made it 4 out of the 5 years. So yes, this tournament definitely means a lot to me. And fun fact, I I actually managed the youth challenge out of Edmonton. I've done it for 8 years now.
Oh, fantastic! Thanks very much for your volunteer work.
Oh yeah, it was like I said, great tournament, and like always want to give back and always want the youth to enjoy this tournament as much as I loved it when I was bowling in youth.
Brianna with an unfortunate thick hit on the middle, not quite carrying that spare. It's one of the downsides to that ball speed. It's under control, except that that 3-pin just doesn't quite have the energy it needs a lot of the time. While Alberta's finishing their second frame, looks like Steve is back and we can hear him.
Yeah, I've been in the background. I just trying to figure out how to. Oh, don't do that.
Yeah. If you turn your camera off, then they'll be the full screen. Fourth straight shot missed by Alberta. Perhaps a little bit of nerves. How many of these kids do you know, Julie?
Surprisingly, I know all these kids.
Ah,
yeah.
So does it track that maybe after a bit of a hot start, they're now all of a sudden realizing, oh my God, we're here, and the
I definitely do
taking over?
Yeah, I think the excitement's definitely kicking in. But hey, it happens.
Absolutely. And at least they're doing it as a team. If they're going to miss, they might as well miss as a team.
Definitely.
Oh, that's lovely right there. Use every part of the pin. It's a 14-inch target. You might as well use all of it.
And with Alberta, as Julie knows, lots of experience, and actually having Michaela on the bench to start, and she probably has the most experience of everyone, coming off a silver medal at nationals last week as well.
Oh, and here we are, Jordan with a strike now to remind the Alberta team which pin they're aiming at. Now everybody's got that straight.
Now they're going to be rolling.
Yeah, exactly. Now we'll be interested to see what happens. I am old enough to remember when it was the Pepsi Challenge, and I had an opportunity to bowl twice in this event at the provincial level in the Toronto area, specifically in Brampton.
Nice
in
ball.
What was known as Central Ontario. Beautiful shot there from Chastity. She gets on a roll and she's absolutely deadly. It's just a question of whether she can throw that ball straight enough. And I was a member of in the days before there was a national step to the event, I managed to be on a provincial champions once in 1991, and should have been provincial champions in 1993. We had a much better team in 93 on paper than we did in 91. And we forgot to bowl in the semifinals and finished fourth. So that's sometimes how it goes.
You forgot to bowl?
It was I don't remember details, but I remember at the time just thinking, how after 3 days of almost dominating this event are we so bad in this one game when it matters? And it just seemed like everybody struggled at once.
Nice ball, Matthew.
Beautiful shot.
No doubter.
Right there. Absolutely. So after a strike and a left corner pin spare, Emily again, relaxed. She has not been bowling long, as far as I know. She's a recent joiner to youth bowling, but she has a wonderful, relaxed approach. Sometimes a little bit too relaxed. Sometimes, as we saw in that shot there, she kind of looks a little bit floppy and needs to remind herself to be a little bit more, structured and intentional. She's one of the few bowlers who is maybe too relaxed and needs to be a little bit more tense, which is an extremely odd thing for me to say, but is the conversation that she and I have most often on Saturday mornings. And true to form, Alberta has come out and put a couple of big strikes up to help paper over the slight struggle in the second frame. They really do seem to do it as a team. Either everyone's in the middle or nobody is. Jeffrey with a punch. See if he can add 10 points here on his strike.
Oh, that was a Jillian ball. There you go. Nice half.
Good frame going for Alberta here. And for our viewers that might be new, we're playing the 8-point match system. So you get an individual match point for beating your opponent. So all the first bowlers playing each other, second bowlers, etc. And then 3 points for totals. And the tournament as a whole, with 10 teams, it's a 9-game round robin. So again, the teams will be on different streams every game. So after each game, check the schedules that are out there. I think we're fortunate. The feeds look pretty good on ours. I know a couple of the other streams right now are having some technical issues with Wi-Fi and bowling centers, etc. But so far, so good here.
Yeah, it's an ongoing problem. At least we're lucky that in Rustico, the bowling center is on the ground floor, not stuck under concrete in a basement. So we have a relatively clear picture there, which is quite nice. And Trey has maybe got his little bit of nerves out. Unfortunate for him to miss on ball 2, or sorry, not to miss on ball 2. Unfortunate for him to miss on ball 1, but again, nothing really seems to rattle him. And if you're wondering on the PEI, and I guess it'll be the same for Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, if the score sheet looks strangely like a spreadsheet, that's because it is. North Rustico Lanes recently installed new Brunswick pin setters, but they still do not have any computerized scoring. So if you are ever on the island and would like the classic bowling experience of taking a score sheet with you to the scorer's table and grabbing a pencil, then that is the place you want to go. Chastity 4 for 4 on the middle. She tends to be a bit streaky on the middle. If she sometimes has a little trouble with the ball coming off her middle finger and getting this very inconsistent movement off the fingers. But when it's working, she can repeat that shot as well as anybody. It looks like it's working for her for now. Indeed, let's go PEI.
The dreaded right corner.
Oh, another right corner. And, Nathan's the type, at least I've had a chance to bowl with him a couple of times now in some cash tournaments. And he's still learning how to moderate his emotion when he struggles a bit. I don't know how he is now, but, he's like any kid that age. And I remember what it was like to be that age. You always want to do well, and he expects a lot from himself. Summer with another strike, and that is wow. Okay, so Summer's got the 418 going. Let's see how long she can keep that up. Wonderful start for her, and that means that PEI is right now. PEI is ahead by about 120 pins. Of course, for anyone who's watched any 5PL, it's important not to get too excited about the scores after the 5th or 6th frame. Everything can change in a hurry. And I'm sure at this level, it's both. Somebody can go nuts and put up a huge score, and somebody can struggle mightily. And, you don't have 6 260 bowlers in the building waiting to bowl. The scores are going to be up and down and all over the place, and every finish is probably going to be interesting.
And again, maybe I know we were cut off on the lineups. Maybe I'll throw the rosters up there again. And again, each team has the 5 players in the lineup plus a sub that they can put in at any point through the game. So, JB, I'll let you go through the PEI lineup again.
Yes, thanks very much. So representing PEI, we have Chastity Campbell, Summer Kelly, and Emily Gallant. Chastity and Emily both bowl in Summerside YBC, and Summer bowls in Charlottetown YBC. Trey Wedge, Jeffrey Ferguson, and Landon Harvey. Trey and Landon both bowl in Summerside YBC, and Jeffrey Ferguson in Charlottetown. And thanks again to Brenda Carr and Steve Kneebone for volunteering as coaches this year. We've had a whole bunch of people sign up over the last couple of years to get new certification in coaching, both at the community and competitive levels. So we finally, after many years of watching coaches retire left, right, and center, we have a new crop and plenty of really excellent, dedicated, and caring volunteers to choose from to coach these PEI teams at the national level.
That's awesome. And Julie, we'll let you go through Alberta again, because I think we didn't have the sound the first time.
Sure. We got Jillian Collins, Michaela Sanderson, Brianna Nystrom, Jordan Loden, Nathan Wutkiewicz, Matthew Cox, and we have Coach Heidi Mapstone and Steve Petrosivic. And they're bowling out of Bindune Lanes today.
Right.
Alberta's looks like a little tense right now, a little struggling.
There's a nice big
Jordan's
shot.
back
Jordan.
on it.
And now with Brianna on a double as well, perhaps Alberta can take a nice deep breath, relax, and go out there and give themselves a nice big boost going into the halfway point.
Yeah, take a little breather, take that deep breath before you go. Nice and relaxed shots.
So as I mentioned, this is Chastity's second year consecutive bowling in the Youth Challenge Nationals. She's raised her average into the mid 170s, and but she performed really well. I think a little bit over her head last year, and so it's perhaps not a big surprise to me that she starts this game 5 for 5 on the middle. Nice shot by Nathan. Chastity has a high single of 297, and she says here she has a high triple of 653. I'm actually kind of surprised it's that low. I think maybe I've even seen her bowl over a 650 triple in the middle of tournament play, but it's possible that she just hasn't put it together on a Saturday morning yet.
So looking at totals here right now, as we approach the halfway point, 453 for Prince Edward Island. Alberta showing 345, but they've got approximately 75 more to count, as the strikes don't count into the totals.
Oh, okay. The totals aren't counting the marks yet.
Not until the frame's over.
Okay. Yeah, so a big jump here with that. There's, yes, exactly. Right now there's 90 more on tap. So really that's 435 over on the Alberta side.
Yeah, and PEI right now with their starting 5 have Landon on the bench, and Alberta has Michaela on the bench. Oh, good shot for Brianna on the double. Just cut through a little thin.
Yes.
An excellent count, though. The top match, very close. 105, and Nathan's got 80 on a strike. Summer, with her good start, has 128. Matthew about a ball behind at 86 on a spare.
And Emily here is just hanging on, not yet putting the marks together. Perhaps I can start now. And it looks like we have very open matches in the 3, 4, and 5 spots. Again, as we've seen with the 5PL, it's way too early to tell. Anybody can go dark. Anybody can go in a roll. Well, I'm sure it'll be an exciting finish up and down. Jeffrey's been bowling for 7 years. His average is 209 this season. And although I only get the chance to see him bowl in provincial competitions, He always seems steady. He's one of these 210 average bowlers who, throws 180 to 240 games instead of, as sometimes happens with younger bowlers, instead of being all over the place. He does not throw huge games to get to that 210 average. Although he does have an 876 high triple, which is the highest high triple of the members of the PEI team. I think Trey, it's possible, has actually thrown an 850 triple, but not in youth bowling. I think in one of the Wednesday night leagues, I can remember him throwing a big one. I know that his high triple this year has been higher than mine.
Great shot there for Jordan to get his double. And again, a different experience when you're not bowling right beside the team you're playing or having much action going around you. I guess at Bonnie Doon, there's a couple school groups there, so there is some noise in the center. Julie, you would know firsthand. I know a little bit from managing in the pro league, but what's it like trying to generate that energy when you're by yourself and there's no other teams or action for 4, 6, 10 lanes?
When I first started the pro league, so last year, super nerve-wracking. I remember when I first went up and it was like dead silent in the bowling alley. I was like shaking. It's just kind of stressful in a bit, but after a couple frames, you get those nerves out and like you just start throwing your ball because you know what to do. So I can imagine with the school groups, yeah, it's probably pretty loud, pretty noisy, but these kids know what to do. In
a 16 center such as this one, you have two teams bowling, one at each side of the lanes. I assume that Nova Scotia, New Brunswick's bowling on lane 2. So it certainly doesn't feel nearly as cavernous as at a place like Bonnie Doon. But also you have, now that PEI has spent a year in the 5-pin Pro League, you have some adults to offer some words of wisdom about what it's like to bowl in this 5PL-like setup. So I don't know to what extent they've had any of that conversation, but at least, that there's a handful of bowlers in PEI who can tell these kids what it's like when you're not around everyone. And perhaps this is where having 4 bowlers for whom this is their first national experience maybe is an advantage, because they just don't know any different. They're not missing anything because they don't know what to expect.
Right. And obviously some coaching experience on both teams, as you mentioned, with PEI. And then Alberta has Heidi Mapstone as one of their coaches, and she has lots of experience. And, last year won the 5PL championship with the Bombers, and she was probably runner-up for Player of the Year. So she's well-versed in it. And Steve Petrosiewicz manages the Holy Rollers of Grand Prairie, so he's used to the format as well. Alberta putting some strikes together here, trying to expand.
Yeah, it looks like Alberta is going to be pulling level. It'll be very interesting to see how the lead switches during these last 3 bowlers in the 6th. Now we have the first match is pretty much even. The second match is only 2 balls apart. There's nobody's pulling away from anyone at this moment. Perhaps a sizable but not decisive advantage yet in the bottom hole for Alberta. I know that Landon is sitting on the bench, and he's probably building up an awful lot of nervous and excited energy right now. He has taken a huge step forward both in his physical and his mental development this year. I get the sense that he is very eager to show what he can do on this stage, and he's really looking for his opportunity to go out there and throw his first ball of this tournament. But it really doesn't look like there's anyone who wants to give him a spot. No one is struggling mightily yet. So it's a question of whether anyone pulls away in the next 10 or 15 minutes.
Yeah. Now, one thing I didn't check on with the rules is whether the substitutes are allowed to practice while the game is on. I know with the 5PL you are, which
I imagine that C5 PBA rules say no.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might be no.
And I guess there are no buys, so we also don't have to worry about, warming up during the 9th and 10th frames coming off a buy
Right.
in this event. So this is a new experience for Landon. Landon has not needed to bowl in an environment where he is sitting on the bench watching, and not that kids at this age really get that cold, but the sort of the feeling, the worry, the anticipation, and having that build for 20, 30, maybe 40 minutes before you finally get a chance to throw the first ball. Trey has now missed the middle twice, however, so he's probably having I can imagine that Brenda, Steve are chirping him just a little bit in that good-natured way that we always do with him, reminding him, Brenda could be reminding him where the head pin is, or maybe this pause means that it's time to give Landon his first taste of competition.
Another good frame there for Alberta with 4 marks.
Oh, wow. And that's a huge step forward. And I see now that they have switched the scoring to make it up to the ball. So we don't have to do all those 15s in our head right now.
Nice. Anything to eliminate math.
Blessed.
It's one of my few competitive advantages, Steve. Don't take it away from me.
Actually, yeah.
So yes, we can see it's now it's going to be at least a 27 pin advantage for Alberta. Looks like we have a tangle on lane 5. 27 pin advantage for Alberta going into the 7th with 4 marks working to PEI's 2. That's through the hole. And so, yes, we can say that Alberta's ahead by probably somewhere closer to about 70 pins right now, and that's how quickly it changes. You especially at this level, it doesn't have to be a 4-strike frame to make a big move on your opponents at this level. 5 marks goes a long way.
Right. The doubles and triples and piling on strikes is good, but marks on marks is the quickest way to add sticks.
It looks like that is PEI's first frame where nobody hit the middle. I don't know if that's a little bit of fatigue, a little bit of realizing where they are now, or it's just, kids are kids and they miss and they're just trying, and this is what the level is. So I'm curious to see if anybody's telling themselves any stories about what it means that we haven't hit the middle in, what's that now, 8 straight frames, or, if they're just relaxing and throwing the ball.
Nathan's
Certainly if I know
on our
Chastity,
ball
she's
now.
not worried. Fantastic shot by Nathan there.
Nice little turkey.
Yes, nice to see the graphic on the screen for the first time in our broadcast.
I just have to remember to use them.
Right. Did they at least send you a stream deck so that you can just set up the buttons and press them when you need them?
That would probably be easier, but yeah.
I'm going to take that as a no.
No stream deck.
Oh.
I have some menus here on the screen to choose from, and that's
good.
Yeah, that's about as much technology as I need.
Perfect. Summer with a punch now. It's good news back in the middle, bad news. Another open frame, and Alberta is threatening to run away and hide a little bit here. It could be
Matthew's struggling
100
a
pin
bit.
lead.
I'm wondering. I don't know. 131 to 161.
I mean, that's not a bad looking 131. That just seems a little bit more bad sequencing than anything else. 20 on a spare twice is always going to hurt. Emily never looks concerned. She always looks happy, but this being her first taste of this level of competition, I'm curious to see how she reacts. If she's going to stay relaxed or if this is suddenly going to kick her emotions into high gear. On the middle, however.
That was a nice ball for her.
Absolutely. And she has such a smooth release. When she gets that arm at a consistent angle, I think she's going to be really dangerous. And she seems to she's one of those quietly competitive kids. She maybe doesn't want you to know that she cares too much, but she does. There's a nice spare. And that really makes her an absolute joy to work with as a coach. And I'm really happy to see her get her first year of national competition in only her second year of competitive bowling, or even organized bowling at all. Nice ball from Jeffrey there. He's another one who can get on a bit of a roll, and then, he's got the sizable hook. He's streaky in both directions, and so it's just a question of which streak happens to last longer here today, or this morning. This afternoon, I don't even know what's going on. I think my brain is halfway in Europe right now, so I'm just trying to be somewhat aware of my surroundings.
Good shot for a corner for Jillian. A little thin, but that match is going to be close.
There we go. A nice shot for Trey. And yeah, you can see the difference really in the games between Matthew and Jillian. Not a huge difference in terms of hitting the middle and making spares, but corner pins on spares, 30 and 28 adds up a lot more quickly than 20 does. It's often just a question of in what sequence do they come. And just like in baseball, we can't control the sequence. We can only try to hit as much as we can, as long as we can. Oh, that's a beautiful ball. You know it's a beautiful ball when it feels like a strike out of someone else's hand.
Yeah, very smooth for sure. So good job by PEI's bottom three bowlers to get a bit of momentum going there. But Alberta, 2 spares on the bottom of their game, and Nathan's working on his triple.
Yes, so we're right now. We are staring down the face of 7-1, but you never know. The nice thing about this is that a double is enough to really swing things, and so we will see what develops. Oh,
good
no
count.
lucky string pulls at Bonnie Doon. Sorry, Nathan.
Not this time, anyway.
All right.
No, not this time.
Chassie manages the spare to hang on. She can still get to 255 to at least force Nathan to do more than 3 opens. But Nathan, I'm sure, feels very comfortable in his position, especially after that triple and a corner pin spare. So it will take quite a stumble from his part for that for the number 1 position to be in doubt. And Summer with a nice shot there to keep some control of that second match. So we are looking very likely at 1-1 out of the top 2. Matthew with an unfortunate punch right there, just making that all the more likely to happen. So really it is going to come down to the last 3 and whether PEI can come back and build that team total. And this is certainly something that for the 4 bowlers who are new to national competition and really to team competition, since the teams don't mean much in our youth bowling environment, the idea of, well, there's a very nice cleanup for Matthew. Somebody note down the 1 hour and 9.5 minutes into the stream so that he can pull the clip out and put that on his sizzle reel. It's interesting. I wonder to what extent our kids are thinking about, okay, don't worry about the individual matches now. We're just trying to get to the team totals. I'm sure that both Brenda and Steve are trying to keep them having that nice relaxed thought as we get down to the wire here.
Yeah, I know for myself, when I've coached, especially the U Challenge teams and not so much the Open and the 5PL teams, because they kind of know better, but I usually preach playing together and, building the team total as far as precedent over worrying about your match the whole time. I find if people worry about their match points, they could have a good day but run into big scores and they'll be upset because they didn't take very many points. Conversely, someone could play lower scores all day and do well on the match point. But I also find if you get behind early, if you're solely worrying about your match, you're going to start pressing. And conversely, if you get ahead a bunch, the tendency is to take your foot off the gas when you if you're way ahead in your match, that's a chance to really freewheel and build the team totals.
Absolutely. Punches on both sides in the fourth position leaves PEI up 20 there. Trey now fighting to get back into this match. This is going to be a critical shot for both sides. This kind of environment, beautiful shot from Jordan, and not much of a reply, unfortunately, from Trey. If I know him at all, he's probably trying to stay loose and positive, but he has a little bit of that look on his face, like he's not quite sure what's going on. This is a critical part in the development for young bowlers to experience that aspect of the game and to make their mistakes now where they're thinking too much about their individual matches, where they'll have the occasional, but I won my point, or but I didn't win my point. Get that stuff out now so that by the time they're ready to bowl in the big team tournaments at the adult level, that they'll already have that mindset in place of, well, there's nothing to do differently. Just, rally around your teammates, pump each other up, drive the team total up as high as you go, and then let them tell you at the end how many points you won.
Right. And at the end of the game too, you want players saying, when they ask how'd you do, you want the answer to be we did, not I did.
Well, Nathan has certainly cemented that first match. That is the first point to Alberta. Yep. Congratulations to Nathan for a beautiful shot.
Yep. Other than the one missed bear, his open was missing a corner and a punch. Last frame, Alberta's only opens were punches too. So,
in the second frame, that actually was the back seven.
Oh, right. You're right.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
So one wild miss, one less wild miss, and otherwise a very solid game. The kind of game that anybody would be happy for their leadoff bowler to have in the first game of the national championship.
Yeah. May have been wrong at me at Bonnie Doon. I assumed it was a punch for a 7.
It's funny, at Bonnie Doom, I assume it's a weird bounce off the side wall.
Yeah, it mostly is.
Right? The big question for me is, did he get the back 7 by hitting 5 or by hitting 2 and having it come around? Because he certainly does throw hard enough to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Summer has cleaned up in the 9th and is in good position. She has not yet... Oh, Brenda's saying hello. I'm not sure what she's saying. 3, all right. Unfortunately, I can't read it. You'd have to bring it closer to the camera, but Summer can now... Summer is 37 away from clinching a tie, and a double and 8 in the 10th can clinch PEI's first match point.
Well, she may have been notifying us that
making a
poll.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. All right. There is Landon Harvey taking over for Emily here to try to bring this one across the finish line. With Brianna at 194, she can max out at 239, and the third spot can get to 238. So that third match is not over, and Landon is another streaky bowler. So now it's just a big question of whether, Landon feels good or whether this is an opportunity for him to get some of that excited energy out. Landon's another one who's really taken a step forward this year. Oh, nice shot. Yes.
Right off
that's
the
big.
bench.
That's big. And I know he'll be very happy with that. He has really taken a big step towards regulating his emotion. He's still maybe, in my opinion, a little too hard on himself, but he's more positive and excited now. And maybe the good emotions are running away from him a little bit more than they could. And the negative self-talk, the self-criticism he's made huge steps in that direction. So he's an interesting one to come off the bench here. He might well find out at the end of this weekend that he now has the temperament to come off the bench and be in those clutch situations and not worry, but instead thrive on it.
So Jordan's first ball on the double there, almost like his shot in the 6, looked like he just a little quick and missed left, but then he went through the hole. So left some pins behind there and count, but still in good shape with 231 through 9.
Yes. That becomes very interesting now. We have 243 on the left, and an open would threaten to not get to 243. So this game is not over yet, depending on this shot here from Trey. And unfortunately, not on the side of the middle, wrong side. So that's the second clinched match point for Alberta. They have 2, and the middle 3 are in doubt, and they're going to come down to the wire. At this point, it's pretty safe to say that Alberta has the team totals, if not locked up, then certainly it's going to take a monumental bit of bad luck on Alberta's end to give away the 3. So very good chance that Alberta has 5 and counting.
Yeah, up just over 100 with 2 extra strikes to count.
Yes, it's going to take 4 punches in the 10th. A punch on every single one of those strikes is pretty much what it's going to take at this point. And doubles across the board for PEI. I'm not saying it can't be done. I'm just saying I wouldn't want to be in the position of being the one to have to do it. So a little reminder to the kids, relax, have fun, throw your best ball and see what happens.
And to our viewers, reminder, next match is slated to start at 40 minutes after the hour, unless you're in Newfoundland and Labrador, and then it's
10 minutes.
Yes, 10 minutes before.
10 after. If it's 40 minutes after, then it's 10 minutes after.
Yes. Yeah.
Well,
so 20 minutes after, and then.
Oh, it is. Oh, it's 20 and 50. Okay, got it.
Right. Yeah.
Well, Chastity got 30. She feels a little better. If anyone cares about round numbers, they're happier to get to 200 than 198, but unfortunately not enough to take that first match, but enough to help bring the team a little bit closer. No, in fact, Nathan has other ideas. And so Nathan has helped Alberta pull even farther away, and he is going to have the first 300 score on this stream today. Congratulations, Nathan, on a fantastic finish to go from 80 through 4 to possibly 318. I mean, you can't really ask for much more than that from any bowler, let alone someone bowling in the Youth Challenge. Fantastic work from Nathan. I'm very happy for him. Yep. Oh, I don't even care. It's fine.
316 for Nathan.
Yes. Absolutely great game. And really, I mean, 236 in 6 frames. That's about as well as you can do it. So congratulations to Nathan for finding something to help him get on a roll. Maybe missing the corner pin spare was exactly the tonic he needed.
I think that's what he needed.
Yeah.
So big first ball there for Summer. She finishes with 219, which means, there's a good shot for
Matthew.
Okay, so now 28 behind with this ball in the hand means, oh no, this is going to be triple. So yeah, this is very interesting right here. Oh no, double. So a corner pin and a miss.
Corner spare to tie.
Corner pin miss would not quite get there. Anything more than corner pin miss, and Matthew will come back.
Yeah. A corner spare would tie.
Landon, in the meantime, has spared and reached to 193. So this ball here is big to perhaps force Brianna to clean up a difficult head pin, something like that. If he hits the middle, that's in good shape. That looks pretty good to me.
So Matthew's miss there will give the match to Summer. Now his max is 211. So close match there, 219 to 211.
All right. And Emily / Landon is now in the third spot, 206 to finish, so 12. We've seen stranger things happen, popping a 3-pin, popping a head pin. As long as Brianna can find the side of the middle, then I like her chances to earn Alberta's 6th match point here today. Jeffrey, unfortunately, popping a 3-pin is going to make things a little bit more difficult. Oh, interesting. How many times have we popped this 2-pin? So, cherry for the point, miss for a tie, and then see what happens? Why not? Let's bring it down to the line. Bring it right down to the wire. Jeffrey, unfortunately, with the penalty shot on the second ball, not carrying the 3-pin spare. And there it is.
Takes the pressure off.
I don't think she
And
liked that one.
Delightful reaction from Brianna. It's, I didn't love it, but it worked. Great. So now we have Alberta has won their 6th match point. Now looking for 7th here if Jillian can make it to 204. Trey now just trying to finish up and get some of the excited energy out, knowing that there's not much left for him to do except try to get his game together over the next 2 shots.
So Jillian will need a mark. A spare and a 20 count will be good enough.
Yes, it is interesting that, again, corner pin open can only get her to, I guess, 201.
There you go, Jillian.
There's a beautiful shot.
Great shot.
All right. Keep it in the building. Keep it in the building. Hit anything. All right. So Trey finishes with a bit of a tumultuous game. Not a lot of spares. And that's how 184 happens. Oh, beautiful shot. More than enough. 12. Why not? Easiest spare in the game. Well, the easiest one that comes up anyway. Trey and I do have an agreement, not dissimilar from the Titgats and their practice for corner pins. Since 12 spare is effectively the easiest spare in the game, it's 12 push-ups anytime either one of us misses it.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I have done many more push-ups in the past year than I would have liked. And in fact, last year, because I got to spare at Polo Park when the Youth Challenge was in Winnipeg, I bowled Sunday night in sparing in their league. Trey caught me posting a graphic at the scoreboard. I did miss a 12 spare. So as soon as I got back to the hotel, I did the 12 push-ups in front of him. Whether that made a difference, I don't know, but I had fun.
That's all that
Jordan
matters.
now gets to relax and throw 3 beautiful shots. Looks like
There
he's
you
going to
go.
do just that. 1,200 plus to start for Alberta. That's delightful, and no low games. No low games. Just 3 okay ones and 2 good ones.
And based on their averages, probably not a terrible game for Prince Edward Island.
No, indeed. Although Emily's average is listed at 129, I think she has raised that quite a bit in the second half. So I really do expect the PEI group to be somewhere in the sort of 950 to 1100 range most of the time. And, they'll probably throw a sub 900 game at some point just because kids get tired and that's how it works out, or they get drained. But, they really do have a chance to put a few 1100s up there and win their fair share of matches. I guess we're gonna find out just how relaxed they are as this day moves on.
Oh,
why not?
There's the pinfall.
There we go. Welcome to Bonnie Doon.
Nice little turkey to finish it off.
276 for Jordan.
Yes. All right. So congratulations to Summer for her 219 to 211 win. Tough luck to the 3rd and 4th spots. And that's how it goes. 7-1 for Alberta. Congratulations to the Alberta bowlers, to the Alberta team. Good luck the rest of the way. So, Julie, I'm curious what you think about how the kids will feel about that performance.
I think they're gonna keep rolling. Near the end, it looks like they found their groove. They were kind of gelling more together. So I think they could keep going.
Yeah, and it's nice to know that you can come down the stretch. 2 of them put up 20 counts on strikes, which I'm sure they did not enjoy. But to be able to do that at a moment where they were relaxed about it, didn't worry about it, I'm sure helps them an awful lot. I think we can turn our cameras back on here. I assume we're still on. Yeah, and then, it's a solid performance from PEI. Not great, not horrible. Maybe getting a little bit of nerves out, getting a little bit of excitement out, and there's room to go up. I'm sure Emily is happy with her start, and I'm sure Landon was really happy about being able to get his first taste of competition and not sit on the bench for the entire game.
That's always fun when you get to go in for someone. It's always a fun play.
Absolutely. Okay, so Steve is trying to get himself set up. What would you like us to vamp a little so you can get things figured out there, Steve?
Sure. I was just looking for the one, my one little cheater thing, but that's okay.
No worries.
Well, we're good. So, reminder: next match starts in about 19 minutes. So each team will be switching streams. So, thank you guys. I will.
Yes.
Play
Thanks very much.
Match interlude and let you guys have a little break and get ready for your next matches. But
all right, PEI fans, see you on stream 1.
Yep, and Alberta fans can follow Julie.
I'll figure it out. I have to look.
Looks like you're on stream 3.
Stream 3. There we go.
There you go.
Thank you, JB. And thank you for those sticking on stream 4. We will be back in about 18 minutes for the second match. And my next match here is Quebec and Newfoundland. But thank you, JB and Julie, and good luck the rest of the day.
All right. See you soon, folks.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Can everybody hear me?
Good afternoon. I can hear you perfect.
Good
Can you hear
afternoon.
me?
Perfect. Perfect.
I'm here. Yep.
Sweet. Let's go.
Awesome. So welcome to game number 2. I'm Steve Barker. I'm looking after most of stream 4, some of the production stuff. Luckily, I have help in the background because I'm very new to this. But we are joined today for this match by Stéphane Beauchamp from Quebec and Mitchell Williams from Newfoundland. So how did the first game go for you guys? Start with Stéphane. How did Quebec do the first game?
Well, unfortunately, the end result was a 6-2 defeat. But I mean, they bowled 12-40 as a team. It actually came down a few matches to the last frame. Manitoba played like a 13-40 something. I mean, they played very, very well. Came back at the very end. So, I mean, I sent texts to the team like 12-40. That's a really good result. Continue doing what you're doing, and I'm sure you'll get reward for it. So it's just at that point, like, it's just a question of hats off to Manitoba, and then let's just continue on to the next match and try to do the same thing.
Yeah, not much you can control with that. There's no defense in bowling, and especially in a virtual setting.
Exactly.
Mitch, how did Newfoundland do the first game?
It's a similar story for the Newfoundland team. They shot 1258 and also had 2 points against Ontario, who shot a low 1300. So already we've got 4 teams averaging 250 plus in the first game. It's the same thing. You shoot 1258, 1258, 1258, 1258. You're going to get some wins. So they'll be looking to keep.
Right. For sure. And as we, a lot of the teams have lots of experienced players from Youth Challenge Nationals, YBC Nationals, and even people that have had success in the adult ranks.
Yep.
Oh, yes.
Right. I know our bowlers are eager to get going. Before we do, Stefan, I'll get you to read out the Quebec roster. We'll just give the starting lineups once they get going. So I'm not sure we have access to those anyway. But
good. Sounds good. So on for Team Quebec, on the girls' side, we have Rosanne Nadeau, Catherine Lafortune, and Callie Sinnott. And on the boys' side, we have Michael Madar, Antoine Nadeau, Johan Donny, and as coaches, we have Céline Saint-Onge and Guy Charon, and they'll be playing out of the Donny Bowling Center.
Awesome.
And on Team Newfoundland Labrador, we've got on the girls' side Vanessa Elliott Lynch from Plaza Bowl, Abby Tiller from Center Bowl in Corner Brook, Jenna Lee Bowers from Exports Lanes out in Grand Falls, Windsor. On the boys' side, we've got Carter Belbin from Plaza Bowl, Luke Walsh, who bowls at Paradise, and Cody Jacobs, once again, from Corner Brook, bowling in Center Bowl. The coaches are Art Wells and Stephanie Kelly, and they're bowling at Holiday Lanes today.
Okay, awesome. I think I'll just run a little match promo, and then we'll get started. I knew I would do that.
All right.
Okay.
Looking at the lineup here, I think for Quebec, looks like Catherine is on the bench for this game.
Hello. Okay, here we go. Ready to start the game? can't hear my co-commentators right now, but I'm sure they'll be back. Oh, here we go. Jenna's ready to start. Jenna Lee. That was a nervous ball.
Oh. All right. Looks like I'm there. So we'll see on Cali side. I mean, for sure, first ball, like, just want to get into the game. So
Better second ball for Jenna Lee. This is Jenna's first experience at any national event, so she'll be looking to take some deep breaths and get rolling soon.
Exactly.
And again, both teams with really good first games just ran into hot opponents.
Exactly. I mean, you just want to get into a groove and hopefully you get that first win under your belt. But I mean, when the other team throws 1300s, even at U Challenge, I mean, like I said, hats off to them and just keep doing what you're doing, and I'm sure the wins will come. Oh, hit pin.
Abby spares a corner pin.
Yeah.
And we got over 50 people watching now. Welcome.
There you go.
Hello, everybody.
Bonjour tout le monde.
In a way, even though it's not in-person nationals, it's almost an easier chance for more viewers from around the country.
Exactly. I'm sure some people are at the office with a second screen or something like that. Just put the streaming aside to take a look at it.
Either team yet to strike, but some hits up there.
Yep.
And good point there with some of the scores we've seen already.
Actually, for Chantal that asked for siblings on the Quebec team, actually they are cousins. So Rosanne and Antoine are actually cousins. Nice strike. Good shot from Miguel.
And that, of course, is the advantage of having commentators with local knowledge. So it looks like the Quebec scores do not add in marks until the frame is complete.
Yep. Neither do the scores at Holiday Lanes.
Okay.
That was a great spare by Carter.
Yep.
I
Not
have
an easy spare.
Personal experience with 3 spares at Holiday Lanes.
That's both good and bad.
Yes. Hence I highlighted Carter sparing it.
Yeah.
Jenna looking to get on the board here.
Good shot,
That was a
Callie.
great ball.
and it's amazing to watch the progress of a lot of these bowlers, either through, Youth Challenge, YBC, and a lot of them now playing the adult cash tournaments, both the NBT in Newfoundland and tournaments like the Quebec Classic and other tournaments in the Ottawa area. Just great to see the young bowlers out there. I know for Johan, I coached against him in Regina in the junior doubles final. It was a great match. Both teams threw really, really well in the final match.
Exactly, and for him, like this year, I mean, he's got quite a few nationals under his belt, and second U Challenge back to back, playing in a family bowling center essentially. So he knows these lanes pretty well. Although just pick a 3-pin right there. So, but still, it's in his family. So see how it goes. Played a really good first game.
Yeah, and then even just doing the math in my head, because I think that was 2017 or so. The fact that he was a junior, he would have been a first-year junior probably. So he'd be playing at that level back then. And obviously, he's progressed.
And there you go. Much better shot. So yeah, he's got 8 nationals under his belt with 4 medals at that level. So very accomplished bowler. There you go. That's a nice shot.
Some of Team Newfoundland has bowled against me in pro leagues and leagues in St. John's. And especially, Luke, Vanessa, and Carter are from St. John's, and they're hard to beat. It's hard to beat those kids.
And just that resilience that they have. I mean, they keep going all the time. Had the chance to see Luke actually at the YBC Nationals this year, and just a really, really good bowler.
Luke Walsh is so driven.
Yep.
Yeah. And this is a somewhat young team for Newfoundland as well. Most of them have many years left in YBC and Youth Challenge to keep seeing success.
Nice.
To get primed for the adult ranks. Some of them, I would consider some of them ready for the adult ranks now. Vanessa and Abby, for sure. Some of them are so advanced. It's very impressive.
Yeah, and that's a compliment, especially the program you guys have out there in Newfoundland. But I think it's that way throughout the country where younger bowlers are getting exposure to elite level stuff. And then there are so many programs or leagues, and now they're playing tournaments with the higher level bowlers, and that's how you get better. But it's also a tribute to the community of higher level bowlers that embrace it and help to build the sport.
Exactly. Just to make them comfortable and understand, hey, you're a really good competitor playing against me, and I mean, they welcome them as other bowlers, and just say, hey, you got your shot, and good luck to you. So it kind of grows the sport over time. So just really good experience for those young bowlers.
And I can speak for the St. John's bowlers on the Newfoundland team. Anytime there's an event, an adult event such as the Masters or the Open, they're there watching, and they're on the lanes. They're on the lanes the moment we're off. They bowl like. I'm looking through some of these the press information here, and Cody Jacobs, not the St. John's bowler I was talking about, but he bowls 4 to 5 times a week. Carter Belbin bowls 4 times a week. Vanessa, let's see, 3 to 4 times a week. These are dedicated bowlers.
Exactly. it's like any other sport. Like the more practice you can put in, hard work, I mean, you'll just get better.
And it shows in their success on the provincial and national stage as well.
Yep.
Between both of these teams, I'm sure there could be 20 medals.
Oh, definitely.
Even more.
Yeah, just even looking at, the recent YBC Nationals, for Newfoundland, Vanessa, bronze in singles. She averaged 248. Carter averaged 237, lost a tiebreaker to finish 4th in singles. And Luke in the doubles won silver with a 229 average.
Yep.
And then on the Quebec side, the Cali.
Yeah, had the opportunity to coach Kelly at Nationals. Just missed out on potential tiebreaker for bronze, but so just missed out. And
Antoine was there as well.
Yep. So definitely some experience there. And I mean, just looking at Michael Madal play right now, he's got already like 5 gold medals at YBC Nationals. So very accomplished bowler, and like, the whole team definitely has lots of experience, and you see it across the country from the different teams. Watching the names there, recognize them definitely, and lots of experience across all the different teams that we have this year.
Yeah, Michael last year followed a little bit at Nationals because we had one of our players there, but just part of such an elite group of junior boys singles last year.
Mm-hmm.
The scores they put up were impressive. So in the match here, we've got
right there.
Yeah.
A couple open frames there on the Quebec side. Not a lot of spares, so might need to just bring it up a level on that second ball.
Yeah, total's really close with the extra strikes not counting. Probably a 45 to 50 pin advantage for Newfoundland right now. So we head into the 4th frame.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good ball by Jenna. She'll be happy with that. She's on the board.
Yep.
And Kaylee misses, so there's a potential swing in that match early. Still close, of course.
Yep. Closing that frame. All right. There we go.
I have a question in the comments. I don't believe so.
No, there hasn't been a 450 at New Challenge Nationals.
I know I was
at YBC, yes, but
I was lucky enough to be in. I was coaching the senior boys in Calgary at.
Yep, I was actually coaching against you, Steve. So
yes, when Jana Lamoureux threw her perfect game, that was
exactly.
That was about as electric a moment as I've ever been a part of in a bowling center.
It was funny. I remember that moment, and we were playing in the 10th frame against Alberta, and I thought, okay, well, somebody's playing a good game, but didn't realize exactly what was happening. And after the second ball, realized, oh, okay, that's what's going on, and left her bowling that last ball on her own, and that was a fun time to watch that.
Turkey for Cody.
Cody was on the side the whole last game, but wasn't able to carry very much. It's nice to see that he's getting the counts now.
Yeah,
the counts. They're full on counts. They're the best count you can get. And great ball by Vanessa. Newfoundland's looking.
Yeah, pretty solid right now.
Yeah.
Michael closes that frame up. So some marks on the Quebec side as well. Just kind of get back into the game for sure. Oh, just missed.
Yeah, it gives me goosebumps too every time I watch it.
Yeah.
Or it comes up in my memories, or
Well, no harm, no foul for Antoine there. He will spare. Yeah.
And there you go.
There he goes.
4 marks for Quebec. Decent frame. And Mitch, I had Julia Robko on as commentator last game. She's of course with Next Gen as a 5PL player. How different did you find this format when you started playing 5PL? Like you're trying to bring intensity and you're being part of a team and everything, but you may not have anyone within, like, especially playing at Plaza, you guys might be the only one for 24 lanes.
It was I had a huge learning curve with 5-pin universe. I averaged 220 last year, so I have to say, like, nothing could have prepared me for the way that first year in the league felt. And just only bowling 1 or 2 matches at a time for us. Well, I remember my first game, I missed the head pin probably 7 times in a row. I was just so nervous, and then when I was done, I was angry.
Yeah, because you kind of, how did I let that happen? But, you know, we see it too. It's hard to generate energy if you get a few people struggling when there's no one around you. And I know when we play 5PL, we're lucky at Nebs that Jeff puts the YouTube feed on the monitors beside us, so it's at least you've got kind of a feel that you're playing against somebody, but it's hard to generate that.
Because a lot of times, you do feed off of the other team's energy, if you will, from what they're doing, and
we have a cat. 1 minute.
Yeah, and if you're trailing and you throw a frame where you all get strikes, you know, if you're right beside them, that's gonna give them something to think about.
Yep.
Whereas in this, you're looking at it on a screen. It doesn't generate that exact emotion.
Yeah. Just saw the comment from Chantel there. Actually, that'd be good. Pretty good idea.
That would be something.
Yeah. That's food for thought.
I know it's hard enough to find any spots on the schedule for any extra events or any extra lanes as it is, but if you could do that, even in a smaller, even a 4 or 6 team league to start,
that'd be awesome.
Yeah. Right now, total's pretty close, about 30 pins difference.
Yep. And Cody opened up a little bit, but still a really good game so far. 153, 150. I mean, still a good game. Oh, F for Antoine.
Vanessa's still chipping away at it. She threw a 323 last game, something like that.
Wow. Nice game.
And looking to, keeping it black still. Yeah, as for 5-pin universe, having no teams there makes it feel like there's almost nothing on the line at all. And some people take that one way. I thrive on the pressure, so I'm just curious how these teams are feeling out there today.
I think the advantage that they'll get a chance to get used to it because they're playing 4 games today and 5
Exactly.
games tomorrow, right? In the 5PL, it's often 2 games or sometimes just 1 game, and then you don't play again for 5 weeks. So it's hard to maintain any momentum you might get. That one got away from her. Top match still very close.
Yep. A bit of a lead for Newfoundland for sure. Still lots of bowling left.
When you only bowl 1 game a day, it has the effect of, like they used to say on CBC and the TSN, it's 1 game. You have to make your adjustments in that 1 game within your 15 to 25 allotted balls you get. And where your 1 game is 2 or 3 weeks away from your next game, those adjustments don't mean anything your next game.
Yep.
So that's a huge challenge for 5-pin universe. And like you said, I think all the adjustments these bowlers are going to hold a little longer. They'll get to throw 2 games in a row, 3 games in a row, which is something we didn't always get to do for 5-pin universe, which is really good for them.
Oh, there's a switch. There we go.
I was just going to bring
love those announcements.
Yeah.
So Catherine's going to be taking on Antoine's spot.
A great ball by Cody.
Yep, great shot.
Both teams looking pretty oiled up here. Pretty moving pretty easily, both free and easy. Yeah, great ball.
There we go. That's a great frame. Quebec.
Who was that just got subbed in?
It was Catherine in place of Michael. Yep.
Yes, that was a good comment.
Of Antoine, I'm sorry. Yep.
And great frame for Quebec.
Yep.
And one giving his team a lift off the bench as well. Or sorry.
Yep, for Catherine. Yeah.
Yeah, for Catherine.
It's a great ball.
That's a great shot. Yep.
So 499 showing for Quebec with a double, 3 single strikes and a spare to count still.
Yeah.
And 559 for Newfoundland with a double and 2 strikes to count. So approximately 75 to add for Newfoundland and 105 for Quebec.
Yeah. So fairly close. Oh.
For those just tuning in, not sure certain of the format, we're playing the 8-point match system. So in each position of lineup, whoever wins gets 1 point. The high team total gets 3 points. So we're playing for 8 points a game. As we mentioned at the start, both teams lost their first game, but both teams had averaged around 250 and had big games thrown against them.
Jenna gets a spare. Jenna Lee.
Right. Chop off her rolls down. And yeah, definitely for for the team, you want those 3 points. Oh, looks like a switch up maybe on the Newfoundland side.
So Luke is going to go in for Abby in the
Yep.
2 position.
Yep.
Frame 7. For those wondering about the nitty-gritty details, Abby threw the first ball in that frame, so Abby will get the score through the 7th frame, and Luke will get everything after. So while Luke throws this ball, it will count for Abby in the results later on.
Yeah, and averages are calculated on frames, not by games. So you're not penalized for a 3-frame fill.
Big shot for your not a break, unfortunately.
Quebec struggling to capitalize on the great frame they just put up.
It's just when you put up a really good frame like that, you do want to take advantage of that and try to double up and fill up your frame. So we'll see what Michael and Catherine can do in the 4 and 5 spots. But yeah, you want to capitalize on that.
Although Newfoundland also, this frame has 3 misses.
Struggling a little bit. Yeah.
So
yep.
The pace of this game is seeming to go up and down. Every now you would see someone throw some great shots, and then suddenly it slows down, but then the great shots come back. So where the game ends up stopping, who ends up ahead, still could be either team.
Yep. We got a third split on the Quebec side.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
It's really
that's where you want to dig deep afterwards and say, like, look, let's forget about this one. Let's restart 8, 9, 10. Then hopefully Catherine can throw a good shot here, kind of reset it and kind of give a bit of momentum for the last 3 frames.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Quebec throw a frame full of marks after this one.
Yeah. And there you go.
Great ball by Catherine. Way to come in.
Yep.
Hold it down. Carter has an opportunity now to...
Yep. That's a big shot here.
Fend off Quebec a little easier here.
And again, for Quebec, just a chop and 3 punches basically. So everybody's on it. Might have just pressed or rushed a little bit that frame. That's all. But the shots are there.
A good count for Carter.
As a coach, you're always throwing in positive reminders. You don't need to tell someone something they already know.
Exactly. There we go. All right.
Matches are looking somewhat even, with Roseanne having an advantage over Abby here.
Yeah.
Every match here could go either way.
Exactly. So let's, like I said, the last game, let's take out the popcorn and see what happens. Oh, that's
by Jenna.
Really, ooh.
She's really happy with that ball.
All right.
So that match will be within 5, both players on marks.
Yeah.
Luke is going to want to finish strong here for Abby. Hopefully get their match a little bit closer.
Big spare for Callie.
And again, the whole coming off the bench experience, unless you've been to the youth challenge, it's brand new to most of these young athletes.
Yep.
We've all been through it. I actually, in a way that people find a little bit crazy, I actually love playing the bench. There's no pressure on me throughout the game, and I just have a mindset when I come in. There's just to freewheel, go for it, and try and make a difference somewhere.
Exactly.
There you go, Luke. That's the energy I'm used to seeing from Luke.
Yep. Closing that frame up, and definitely coming off the bench. I mean, it is a different mindset, and just to be kind of loosey goosey and just go for it, essentially.
Yeah. I find the best mindset is just look at it as a challenge. There's no pressure on you. Try and make up some pins for totals. Anything you can do with a match is just bonus.
Exactly. Big shot for Johan. Needed that ball to get a little bit at least back in the game. Cody still has a good lead. Oh, both picks.
Unfortunate on Quebec's side not to get a spare ball or a strike on that ball in particular.
Yeah, you're still have about 30 pins behind last two frames. It'll be a tall order, but never know. Still want to hit that middle pin. Never know what's going to happen.
Well, you have to hit the middle pin to get a strike.
Yeah,
right.
Got to be there.
That's also one of the great things about our game, that 60 pins with 2 frames. That's just someone opening twice and somebody banging out.
Exactly. So in this case, 30 pins difference. Never know. Catherine, good shot. That's a big strike.
That is a great way to come in.
Yep.
Off the bench.
Yep. Oh, there it is. That's what I wanted to see. I love that turkey.
Catherine's an experienced bowler.
Yeah, for sure. She's been.
Looks like if she's been to, this is either her 6th or 7th nationals.
Six nationals and her second youth challenge. Actually, 4 of the team members this year were there last year as teammates. So and she does have a gold and silver at the national level. So definitely lots of experience. So
Great ball by Jenna.
Great shot. Yeah, very solid shot.
Gives her a big double, 8th and 9th, to take the lead in that match.
Yep.
I like the way that Jenna has, over the course of the game, started to reach into her shot more. Looks like she's starting to feel the confidence come.
Yep. Big share for Callie. You never know, but you do want to stay in the game.
Roseanne will like to get a spare here.
Yep. You do want to pick up a bit more pins on this game.
She's ahead in her match, but the bottom is still anyone's game.
Yep.
And they both get their spares. Actually, Luke and Abby are pretty much shut out at this point. That's a
big shot for Joanne.
Huge ball.
Yeah, big shot. So we'll see what Cody does here.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a good shot. Yeah. He knew it.
Matches it.
Yep. Oh, I mean, that's the second you threw it, you could see it.
Both teams loading up, heading into 10 here.
Oops.
A little error.
Bit thin. Ooh.
And that was pretty thick.
Wow. Okay.
A good
shot. Yeah, there you go. That corner pin would have stayed up.
Yeah, just a little over adjustment after the 2 punches.
Exactly.
30 is 30 by the end of the day.
We're seeing a lot of good shots now, lots of marks.
Both teams are really coming to play in 9 and 10 here.
Yep.
Catherine slips up here, but that's okay. She has the rest of her team. And she's not at Holiday Lanes.
Oh, nice shot. A big 9 frame for Newfoundland. Yep.
So Antoine, or that's Catherine, who is going to really want this spare here.
Yep.
Looks like it. Great ball.
Yep. There you go.
So
5 marks on both sides. Well, this is going to be fun.
Exciting finish coming up. 883 with 105 to count for Newfoundland. So 988. And looks like about the same for Quebec.
Yeah.
33. Yep. So 50 pins heading home. So lots to be decided here.
A good ball. Oh.
And there you go.
Great ball by Jenna. Great ball by both. Turkey on the lane. Can we get the next one? I've always wanted to say this. Let's just cross our fingers here. Handball!
Yeah. There you go. There you go.
That is. Let's go. So Jenna Lee Bowers gets the first handball that I've seen this challenge.
So great finish for both. 268 left here for.
Yeah. There you go.
Great game by both leadoff players
good
here.
Finish.
268 for Jenna Lee Bowers and
233 for Callie. So good finishes for both.
Two very strong games.
Roseanne just trying to freewheel for totals here. Get some bonus pins for her team. She got the match locked up.
Big strike.
A little thin
still a good count
for Luke.
Yep, still a good count. Ooh.
That was
okay. All right.
There, in my opinion.
Would have wanted that pull, like that string pull right there. That's good spare.
Right in the face for Luke.
Yeah, solid finish. Good game. 243.
Johan looking to do some damage here.
Yep.
Ooh.
All right. 173.
Still a good fill. 70 for his 3 frames.
It's a good come in for Luke.
Yep.
Some marks on the board for the end of the game.
This shot right here for Johan is definitely a big one.
Yeah, if he throws a double and Cody opens, it's still possibility still there.
Ooh, bit of a miss. A bit quick.
And Cody gets the strike.
Yep, that's a big strike.
It's starting to look a little bit scary for Quebec, in my opinion.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, that's a big miss.
It's a pretty big mistake there.
Yep. Yeah, you want to get inside those pins, especially in that situation here. You know that they're gelling a little bit, so you'll definitely want to pick up some pins. $211.
So count, I'll get Cody into the 290s. A great game.
$8.
11's not bad.
Almost a count.
Yep.
So this match, Michaela has 241 left, which would make Vanessa throw a mark.
Strike here. Okay. Let's see. 45, 241. That's a big spare.
Yeah.
No time at all. She threw that with a lot of confidence.
I was like, no doubt. Good finish from Miguel.
Vanessa doesn't seem to feel much pressure on the lanes.
Very easy.
Well, Vanessa, just a good working game there. 254 with only 3 strikes, just all over the middle. Good pinning.
Yep. That's what you need to do is pick up those spares, pick up those pins. Still a good game for Miguel. 231. Let's see for that last game. A little bit of an opening here. Let's see.
Antoine can get to 250, or it's Catherine this time. She can get to 255.
Oh, shot.
This is on her way there. Forcing Carter to get all his pins.
Yeah. Well, 239 possible for Carter.
And hope for something, but regardless, they get total pinfall.
Spare, she can still win by 1 potentially.
Yeah. So okay, a little bit loose here. 236.
She'll want to get her spare and finish the job that she came in to do.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Does it. That was a great game great come in by Catherine.
2 points, so 6-2, unless I'm mistaken.
On a 12-10 for Newfoundland, 11-58 for Quebec.
Yeah, great fill for Catherine. 168 for her 5 frames.
Great games.
Yeah. So again, like the poor Quebec team's averaging 240, and they're going to have 4 points after 2 games.
Yep.
It's a tough crowd.
Yeah. When you look at it, I mean, they did have like that really good 6 frame, and then had to struggle a little bit in the 7 frame, a couple of head pins and stuff like that. But they came back at the very end, lots of marks. But Newfoundland was right there, and hats off to them. They finish off strong. Like you look at that 10 frame, I mean, a lot of marks there, lots of counts, and just 1 head pin there, and that's it. I mean, they held the fort, so hats off to them.
Yeah, ninth frame, all marks for both teams. Quebec gave them a shot. Newfoundland just didn't open the door for them.
Yep.
So an awesome game for both teams there.
Right, Jenna Lee throwing that double on top was quite huge for Newfoundland. Definitely gave them a lot of leeway for the rest of the bowlers to potentially make mistakes, but then they didn't. So Quebec had a hard job in that 10th frame, and it was certainly possible, but
it was a good finish by both teams, and it's just one of those things you just give yourself a shot in the last frame and see what happens. And like I said, Newfoundland held the fort and came out with a really good win.
Yep.
Yeah, what we saw was both teams giving themselves a chance there. And then
Yep. Mitchell, if you start your camera, I think we can put you back in.
Oh, hello. Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Yes. So, great performance both, so far for both teams. Long way to go.
Yeah, for Quebec going 2-2 and after 2 games is nothing to worry about. And Newfoundland is at 500, which is after 2 games.
Yeah.
Like I said, don't get cocky either.
Yep, with 7 games to go, everybody plays each other once, and then top half playing for the championship, bottom half for the consolation on Sunday. Today's Friday. Yes.
No, I mean we saw lots of really good games, lots of really good shots, and I mean these are 15, 16, 17-year-olds and throwing like bombs on the lane, and it's a pretty very impressive. And as we mentioned, like not having to play in presence with the other team right beside, it's definitely a little bit different. So you kind of have to have that mindset of still playing your game, still being in the moment. And you could see like they're throwing some really good shots regardless. Lots of emotion on the lanes. And I mean 12-10, 11-58, I mean these are really good scores, and I've seen pretty much the same results at Open Nationals as well. So these are pretty good competitors here.
Yes, these are seasoned bowlers. Like, it's a crowd of young ones who bowl 4 times a week. They're bowling in a national championship.
Yep.
This is the best youth bowling you're going to get.
Yep.
In the country.
Yep.
And they're definitely showing the adult ranks that we have to keep our game going, because the youth that come up are strong.
And we saw the poise and the confidence with the way both teams finished there. All marks, all good shots in the 9th frame for both teams. The 10th frame could have basically gone either way. And then even like the people coming off the bench,
playing strong. For
Catherine to come in, throw a triple, 168 for 5 frames, 70 for 2 frames or for 3 frames. And that's something they don't have a lot of experience in. To be able to do that is impressive. Anyway, thank you guys.
Sounds good.
Good to see you. I'll let you guys go and take a break before you start your next games. So good luck to your teams the rest of the way.
Sounds good.
For the people on this stream, I'm going to take a little break and run the interlude between matches. And we'll be back in 25 minutes or so for match number 3.
Perfect.
Newfoundland fans, we'll be on stream 5 next game.
And for Quebec, we'll be on stream 3 against BC.
And we'll be bowling Saskatchewan.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys, and take care, and good luck the rest of the way.
Thanks, and you too. Have fun.
Thanks.
Okay, welcome everybody. Hey, Dan.
Hey, how you doing?
Not too bad. Welcome to match number 3. I'm not sure if we're getting anyone from Manitoba in. Haven't seen anybody added yet, but welcome. This match is Northern Ontario versus Manitoba. Dan, maybe you can fill us in on to how Northern Ontario started so far.
Well, some pretty valiant efforts, but fell 7-1. Am I hard to hear or?
A little staticky, yeah.
Oh, okay. Let's see what I can do maybe. But yeah, no, we started getting one point, but came down in the 10th. Like it was a really, really close match, and then just sort of the way the dominoes fell at the end, or the pins, just ended up with 1 point. And then the next game, and that was against British Columbia, and then the second game against Southern Ontario, we took 3 out of 8. So, and again, came down to the 10th. Some good bowling in the 10th, but just not quite enough to get over the hump.
Okay. All right, cool. And then I know Manitoba took 6 their first game. I'm not sure how they did their second game. Hasn't updated yet. So what I will do is I will get the team rosters up here. And maybe Dan, you can go over the Northern Ontario roster.
We've got Jordan Graham from Mario's Bowl. We've got Emily Bosa from Northern Lights Bowling Center in Elliott Lake. She's really the only bowler outside of Thunder Bay, or is the only bowler. Isabel Hayden from Mario's Bowl. And for the boys, we've got Colton Wiltshire from Galaxy Lane, Galaxy Bowl in Thunder Bay. Sean Wakowicz out of Mario, Shane Jonathan Sgambolari from Mario's Bowl, and then our coaches are Philip Mayo from Mario's Bowl in Thunder Bay, and then Natasha Smith Tremblay is from Partners Bowl in North Bay, Ontario. We're bowling at Mario's Bowl.
Okay, cool. I will do Manitoba's. In the meantime, Dan, I'm getting notes to maybe try unplugging your headphones or plugging them back in. We'll see how it goes after. Manitoba. We have Jillian LaMonica, Cadence Madden, Sadie Olson, Maxine Gibson, Noah Brown, Ethan Blackburn, coached by Grant Spack and Debbie Tarn. I apologize if any of those names were.
Is this better? Is it better, Harry?
A little bit. Oh. And we're going by Cam Boone. Hello, Cam.
Sorry about that. Hey, hello there.
Oh.
I was just taking a little lunch break. My apologies.
No problem. All right. And how is day gone so far for Manitoba's team?
Manitoba right now has 13 out of 16 points. So a very, very good start.
6 and 7. Awesome. All right. So we won't keep these guys waiting too much. Dan, I got a note from the back that you sounded better without the headphones at all. So maybe we can try that. Again, I'm very new to pressing all the buttons. I'm just relying on what I'm being told.
Yeah, how's this?
Okay.
I'm off the mic for my headphones.
Okay. Still a little staticky, but
yeah, there's a little static I hear.
Okay, we'll try and sort that out.
Oh, that's better. There you go.
Okay. So I will run, I see both teams have commercials. I'm going to run the commercials and then do the little spotlight into the match. And then once we get started, we'll go over the lineups and stuff.
I got a new mic, and is that any better?
Still a touch staticky. We will keep working to figure it out. Okay, without ado, I'll get you guys to hide your cameras if you can do that. If not, my tech person in the background will do that for me.
Yeah, do that for me. I don't know how to hide this thing.
Okay.
Everybody did it for me before that.
Yeah, on the bottom, if it says stop camera, we can do that.
No.
Okay. Well, we don't mind. Oh.
Let me. Here, I can get one of my guys here.
Okay, no problem. Oh, there we go.
Oh, hey, how about that?
You did it for me. All right, everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I think we just muted Dan for a second until we get it figured out. But yeah, just waiting for the bowlers here, ready to go.
Straight into my computer.
Okay. There, much better. All right, so both teams with decent starts. Obviously, Manitoba 13 points. That's very solid. Northern Ontario bit of a rough first game, but
yeah, they've been close. They've been really close, but just on the losing end for the first two.
Yeah, we've seen several 1,200 pluses so far. So definitely the young bull is showing us how it's done.
Northern Ontario's lineup is good, according to Phil.
Okay. Okay, well, we're waiting for them to start. Why don't we go through the rosters one more time? That way Cam can do Manitoba and we can give Northern Ontario a...
Yep, we'll do
it. Great. So yeah, for our girls side, we've got Jordan Graham out of Mario's Bowl, Emily Vozo out of Northern Lights Bowling Center. She's the only one from out of Thunder Bay. She's from Elliott Lake. Isabel Hayden from Mario's Bowl. And then for the boys, Colton Wilshire from Galaxy Lanes in Thunder Bay, Sean Wakowicz, Mario's Bowl, Shane Jonason Scamballeri from Mario's Bowl. And our coaches are Philip Mayo from Mario's Bowl, Thunder Bay, and Natasha Smith Tremblay from Partners Bowl in North Bay, Ontario.
Awesome. And Cam will take us through Manitoba's lineup again.
Yes, and for Team Manitoba, we have for the three girls is Jillian LaMonica from St. James Lanes, Cadence Madden from Minnedosa Bowl, Sadie Olson from Rossmere Lanes, and for the three boys representing us on the team, Maxim Gibson from Dakota Bowling Lanes, Noah Brown from Dakota Bowling Lanes, and Ethan Blackburn from Polo Park Bowling Center. Our two coaches representing our province today, coaches are Grant Spack from Rossmere Lanes and Debbie Tarn from Minnedosa Bowl.
Awesome. All right, ready to go here with the bowling?
Yep, for Manitoba, I believe now they are putting Cadence on the bench to start the third game.
Okay.
Yeah, Northern Ontario looks like we're going with the same lineup as last game. Really, only difference from the first game was Isabella's in for Colton in the 4 spot.
Okay.
Yep, Team Manitoba is still having Ethan, I think, is the only position that hasn't changed. Is Ethan is still first, so he's still our leadoff player. So I guess my imagination is the two coaches got together and this kept Ethan in that first spot. Everything else has moved. We've had someone sitting on the bench different for all 3 games now. So they're mixing it up a bit.
Yeah, and it is a different dynamic too, having 2 coaches having coached in this event. Even when I coached, it was with my wife, and you kind of after each frame, and each game, you're regrouping. Okay, but decisions happen so fast at times. It's definitely an interesting dynamic having two coaches, both of lots of YBC and national experience on both teams here. I know Max Gibson actually, him and his partner Noah won YBC.
Actually, yes, the team, the doubles team, senior boys of Noah Brown and Maxim Gibson, just won the gold medal for the senior boys doubles at the YBC National Championships just 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, and I actually called because Max plays for the Dakota Dynamite in the 5PL, and I was on the broadcast of their final this past week against Next Gen. So yeah, quite a busy couple of weeks for him with 2 youth nationals and 5-pin Pro League nationals in such a small time frame.
Yes, it is something to see all these youth bowlers getting all the experience now at a younger age. You know, now that you can be entering cash tournaments and the WBT, and they gain a lot of experience at a younger age.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we can get them started whenever they're ready.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm in the office. I can't yell at them out there.
No, that's and again, it's a totally new format. So for these guys, when we do the 5PL, the teams are kind of used to once the scoreboard goes up that they can go. But yeah, lots of experience on the Northern Ontario side too. I know having coached at our Youth Challenge and the Ontario Winter Games, which Northern Ontario has been a part of for a couple of years. Definitely Jordan and other names are familiar for sure.
Yeah, Jordan's got some quite a lot of experience at Youth Challenge and YBC Nationals, and she actually won in 2019. YBC Nationals, came first place. Did well this year, I believe. It was first or second, I think, maybe second for that twosome. Got some good experience out of most of our bowlers here. Shane's got lots of YBC Challenge experience at Nationals. Looks like yeah, that's about it really. The two highest average bowlers have some pretty good national experience. Coaching wise, Phil's been coaching a bit. I think it mentioned in his bio there that he was coached at the Ontario Winter Games as well.
And obviously he brings experience as a competitive player as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I bowled with him actually on a team this year in our major league, and yeah, just a solid bowler. Throws a pretty mean fastball.
Yeah.
There we are. We'll let the match start to begin here.
All right. Jordan in that top spot finished with a 5-bagger and last game for the win. So hoping to keep that going.
Very nice. It's always fun to see
yeah, always nice to see those dice come up for Northern Ontario. That's for sure.
The dice.
Yeah, I mean Jordan's a fantastic bowler. I mean, 247 average last year YBC. Pretty solid average.
Yeah. And what I remember too, just in addition to her talent and coaching against her in Ottawa at the Winter Games, not this season, the last season, is just her poise and her leadership too. Like, just seems to be very level-headed and knows what to say to everyone.
Yeah, demeanor. I mean, it's just like even keel. Comes off the lane. It could be a strike. It could be a punch. It's kind of got that same. She has that same demeanor. Very stoic. Sean here throws a nice backup ball. When he gets down, he kind of gets real low in his approach at the end and throws a pretty mean backup ball here when he's on there for the spare. Emily has the least experience. I mean, she's got started bowling 1.5 years ago out of Elliott Lake. Her mom started up the YBC program in Elliott Lake. So family affair, getting bowling again going for the youth in Elliott Lake.
Very nice. And there's I've seen with the teams that I've seen so far, there's definitely, and I know with some of the teams that I'm going to see, definitely a family dynamic of multiple generations of bowling.
Yeah, it's a big time family sport. I don't know if I've met too many bowlers whose parents didn't bowl.
Yeah, that is very true, right? It you have that in your blood now, right? It passes down through generation and generation, and it's always good to see even the youth that play now, and being at my age, I know their grandparents now.
yeah,
and they're all still active playing as well. Most of them are.
Yep, I hear you.
Yeah, I think if you did a 23andMe genetic test for a lot of these folks, there'd be a bowling gene in there.
Oh, yes.
Shane's our anchor bowler. He's got the top average on the team. He's got a 250 average in his last year of YBC. 18 years old. Throws a backup fastball. In his bio, he states that he's got the fastest ball at anyone in the competition, and we can see the speed on the screen, and he's hitting 32s, 32 miles per hour. Throws a great ball.
Yeah.
There we go for Max.
Yeah, and as mentioned with Max, just it's incredible what he's done at a young age. Averaged 250 in the Pro League this year. In the Pro League finals on Monday night, he bowled leadoff for them, and yeah, just experience beyond his years. And we're seeing that with so many of the youth. And as I've mentioned on a couple of the other broadcasts, just the programs throughout the country that enable just about every province. It's so easy for youth bowlers, as long as they make the effort to get valuable experience, and they're competing with the adults at such a young age.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a testament to the programs being run. I mean, the coaches, like all that volunteer time that gets put in. I mean, and I mean, just the love of the sport. I mean, these kids, love the sport, and I mean, you can tell by the bios. I think a lot of them. I mean, there's some multi-sport players we got on in Northern Ontario, but a lot of them really it's really focused on bowling. So I mean, it's great to see. It's great to see for the game, and future looks bright.
Absolutely.
That's a nice smoother shot by Jillian. Jillian's been bowling for 11 years. This is her 11th year of playing.
So must have some spectators there at center there in Manitoba. Is
Yes, we have a good crowd with the parents are out. I guess they even get to take the day off of work to join in.
I got Richie in the chat telling me Jordan and Izzy for the senior girls double gold for NO. So Isabel won gold with Jordan, has been in YBC Nationals the last 2 years. I mean, it shows. I mean, Isabel's throwing great today. Yeah, so thanks for the chat.
Yeah, we got 30 viewers right now. Certainly encourage all the comments.
Isabel's been bowling for 14 years.
Nice.
Throws a hook. I mean, she's been bowling since she was 4 years old. I mean, that's awesome. She bowls. Greatest benefit from bowling for her was the drive to get better, and I mean, it shows.
Well, in your two areas and just throughout the country, but look at Winnipeg now has 3 teams in the pro league and so many great young players, whether with Max, the Thompson boys, just and I think, as we mentioned, just the bowling community just encourages and helps the young people get better if they've got the desire to do so.
Yeah, and I mean, you've got some of these older bowlers in the group are already into the opens too, and I mean, you kind of see the commitment between having all these different practices for both events, whether it's Youth Challenge, YBC Nationals, and then Open Nationals. Like just lots of bowling, lots of dedication. I mean, they're putting the time in and the effort, and yeah, I mean, it's great to see.
Well, it's good when you have the pros now are more open arms and bring in the youth and try to develop them even better and keep them in the game longer. And that's what helps all the youth nowadays. Back years ago, it was, you had to look up to the old pros or the older pros and just be quiet. And now they open arm you and bring you back in. And that's been what's helping all the youth even get better at, you look at the averages, and some of these kids can average 250, 260 at 16, 17 years of age now. And that was much harder back in the old days, I would call it, back in the 80s. So it's something to see when all these kids develop.
Yeah, and I think part of that too is with numbers across the board not being where they used to. I know something I've really tried to focus on with our youth bowlers is about being good sports and helping to grow the game, because if you don't have anybody to play against in 15, 20 years, you really have to help develop bowlers, be it whether younger or even your own age.
Well, yeah, and there is good news. The Youth Bowl Canada has increased their numbers by 200 over the 2023 numbers. So that's a step in the right direction.
Yeah, no, that's awesome too. I know our program here in Oshawa, which for a long time was the biggest anywhere because we used to have ridiculous numbers.
Right.
It dropped off a fair bit, and then through COVID, and now it's growing a little bit. And this year we had a bit of a bounce back, and a lot of the bounce back is in the the Bantam age group and younger. So that's encouraging.
That is very encouraging, and that is a good story to have. I mean, we want even the younger generation. Your 6 to 10-year-olds.
Yeah, I mean the effort getting put in by these different groups, whether it's just the individual volunteers on the Saturday mornings, the Tuesday nights, whatever YVC runs. I mean the time people put in, what you get out what you put in, and this is a fantastic example. 5P Universe, the WCBT, like making bowling so accessible to everyone just for viewing. Like we don't have a spot on TV anymore. We don't have the TSN, the CBC, and just the effort through, COVID. Like COVID could have just derailed a lot of it, and I think that passion just made it through, right? So it's amazing to see those numbers coming up. Happy to hear bowling's coming back in a lot of places. It's awesome.
Absolutely. And streaming is kind of the new way it's going to happen too. It's not like a few years ago when any Saturday you could turn TV on and watch Camboon on CBC or TSN, but
well, Camboon beat my dad on CBC. Bob Taylor, I think it was CBC.
Yeah, I wasn't going to mention any of that, but
I was going to mention it if you didn't. So.
I think that was one of the TSN shows. I think I won. Was that
I think you went on
95? I think.
Yeah, that
was 95.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm familiar with your game, buddy. I've we don't talk about it in the house much, but well, I'm out of the house now, but yeah. Oh, I got some more data here from Michaela Turner on the chat. So for the Northern Ontario group, Shane and Colton, men's team silver for the Ontario Winter Games. Jordan Izzy again, ladies team silver, Ontario Winter Games. Sean Wakowicz, mixed team bronze, OWG this year. So lots of experience on that the NO team.
They're stalling a little bit because scores are a little smaller, cloudy for my old eyes and my $3 reading glasses. Try and get the northern one refreshed in the background a bit.
We have Northern Ontario at 230, I believe. Or is that? I'm having a little tough time. Yeah, 230.
230, and then we've this score system doesn't count any spares or anything. So there's an additional
60
on the board. So 290, and then 277. I'm not sure about this score system. It looks like somebody's like writing it by hand or something, but
yes, the iPhone that they use to look at our scoring, I think they set it a little too far apart. So too far apart from the TV screen. So they just used up their own little Excel.
Oh, cool.
System on here. So we're not going to get no graphics.
Yeah, I was going to say, what system are they using? Yeah. But it's Excel.
I believe it's an Excel, so but at least it's clear and we can read it.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that's what they're using in the setters and PEI as well. A similar setup.
All right, so we're off to a great start here. Lots of spares from Northern Ontario. Got to get those first balls out there.
Yeah, after frame 3, we got 292 to 230, but you got 4 marks for Northern Ontario and only 2 marks going into the next frame for Manitoba. And someone's quite happy.
Oh, big strike.
You know, when the arms go up, that's got to be a good shot.
There's a little delay there. I kind of couldn't see it, but
if the arms go up and the fingers aren't extended, it's a good shot.
Yeah.
Oh, we won't mention any of that.
No.
Sean is our multi-sport athlete. He's into wrestling and jiu-jitsu, mentioned before, but in football and video games. But jiu-jitsu is definitely a big sport on the rise. A lot of discipline with that, so certainly would help with bowling. Anything to do with discipline.
Oh, for sure. And then, it's actually remarkable how many you look at players, adult players around the country have competed in other sports. A lot of, softball or baseball, and then turned into slow pitch, or are good at golf, played hockey, other sports as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's for some reason with bowling, you don't necessarily think so, but the skills are definitely transferable, whether it's team, even just team dynamics, leadership, but certainly like hand-eye coordination, and then and then just mental toughness. I mean, it's mostly mental, right? So
Yeah, how to react in big moments or tough moments, or deal with success and failure. It's all part of it.
Yeah, how to get off those head pins.
Yeah, we got Sadie Olson going up for her first shot. She's got a high single of 300 as of right now, and 780 is her high triple. There's a nice smooth ball.
So again, we got 4 marks there for Northern Ontario, so you can add about 60 to that. So that was 400 there, and 2 frames to go for you guys there. It's a pretty even looking match. We're getting used to playing these close matches, though. That's for sure. The first 2 were razor thin.
Yes, the first match for Manitoba against Quebec went right down to the last ball, and Manitoba just picked it up.
Yeah, it's interesting, to see the different, not often you get to read player bios, right? So it's interesting to see just the different types of bowling, whether they're aiming at a line or a spot. We've got a bowler who aims at the pins. Interesting to see people's style and kind of where, whether that was coached, or whether that was something they did on their own. But, lots of hooks. I think the backup ball is the preferred choice, but lots of hooks being thrown out there. I throw a hook, so I'm partial to the hook, but
I'm pro hook as well. A hook is a natural shot to throw, where a backup, you've got to have that little turn of the wrist if you're throwing a backup, and not many people can do that naturally.
As my body has changed, and not for the better, and now with 2 brand new knees, I've kind of transitioned into more of a straighter or a baby hook shot myself. When I grew up throwing a backup ball for years and years and years.
Yeah, we can backup ballers and hook ballers. We can argue all day, and we have some major conversations. And I'll always say a hook ball will get more strikes, but a backup ball is more accurate. Less can go wrong with that backup ball.
Yeah, that's exactly
it's
what
my opinion.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I mean, it's pretty spot on.
But what I like about our sport is you can have like
There's a good shot.
singles final with 5 different people, and they might all throw different shots. And and with the questionnaires that they had to fill out, I like that. If nothing else, it makes them think. Makes them think.
Yeah.
Do
There's
I-
a curve on there. There was a curve as a separate option, and I'm confused about what the curve is as opposed to like a backup or a hook. I've heard of the swerve, but not the curve.
I haven't heard of that before. Swerve.
Yeah, I mean, if you know Johnny Degraz, Greg's dad, you know about the swerve.
I think we just have a little scoring issue. They didn't count the last 3 scores on that program, so again, they're going to update it right now.
Yeah.
Because if I'm correct, Sadie threw 4 in a row.
Michaela's dropping some other nuggets here. Jordan also had an unreal run at the Timmins Invitational, making the top 8. She took on some of the best bowlers in the country, really. And then she came second in recent best ball. She actually beat me, crushed us actually. She's a solid bowler.
Yeah, and you can have the skill level once you get the experience and get a couple wins behind your back and prove to yourself that you can play at a higher level too, right? That just pushes you even more.
Yeah, definitely. We're putting some marks together here in that 5th frame.
Yeah.
We can keep this.
Yeah, we got them for both
going.
teams. This is a really good match here. They're throwing lots of strikes and spares.
Yeah, I was saying in the other matches, like, you'd think, like when you're bowling someone, you usually kind of bowl to the person you're bowling against. And it just doesn't, you don't think that you would do that with this virtual style, because you're not even in the same building, right? But what you're seeing here is like, it's almost even more true, like that you just sort of bowl to the people you're bowling against, and because of how tight these matches are. And interesting, like, because obviously you kind of pick your best score in house, or you try to aim for that, but to see these matches come down so tight, in different buildings is really cool.
Yes, that is something, because now remember, they're all playing on different conditions. Not every team is playing on the same conditions right now.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, we're most of our teams, so 5 out of 6 is from Thunder Bay. 4 out of 6 actually bowl at Mario's. So I mean, they've got a bit of an advantage there. We've really got Emily is the only one out of Elliott Lake. So probably unfamiliar with Mario's, but definitely rolling pretty good this game.
Yeah, for Team Manitoba, 5 out of the 6 are from Winnipeg. The only one that wasn't was Cadence, and she's from Minnedosa, which is 2.5 hours away. So she couldn't come in and practice. But one of the coaches for Winnipeg, for coaching Manitoba, she's also from Minnedosa, Debbie Tarns. So I'm sure she's practiced and coached her for a lot of years. And that would help.
And when you're coaching for events like these, it's hard you're not really looking to change anything. You're kind of looking to pick up patterns, tendencies of people who are struggling, stuff like that, right? Because it's hard to.
It's just keeping up with repetitions right now that the season ends at the end of April. And if you still have a competition in the end of May, so you still want to do your repetitions and make sure you have the number of throws in, right, during your weeks.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, our we've got open nationals next week, and I think the biggest thing is like hey, we all know how to bowl. It's about bringing the team together, and that camaraderie or that that energy. The coach can put a lot of energy into it, and I think these bowlers, are bowling at a pretty high level right now. I mean, the highest level for youth. So they know how to do it. It's just kind of managing those emotions and keeping the energy high.
I think is that a change going to be made for Northern Ontario? Was that the sign that went up? No.
Yeah, it looks like Colton's coming in for Shane.
Okay.
Colton Wiltshire, 11 years bowling, coming out of actually Nallaloo, which is rural Thunder Bay. The only one actually that bowls at Galaxy Lanes. And just finished high school. Big fan of guitars. Guitar player myself. So, but he actually plays them and builds them, which is pretty cool. So refurbishes them or makes new ones. Interested to see that, but
that is something.
Find his rhythm.
Building his own guitars. That is.
When I see him, I'm gonna have to ask him to see one if I can. But. And his favorite meal, pierogi, which I believe is a mini meat packets, which I believe is a Polish dish. I love these bios with the food. Love it. Maybe somebody in the chat knows if pierogi is Polish or Ukrainian or something from that region.
Is it not a pierogi, isn't it?
Pierogi? Not pierogi.
No. It has sauerkraut in a dough, if I'm correct.
Well, that's what the bracket said. Mini meat packets. I'm getting hungry thinking about it. Have to take a meal break after this one.
Yeah.
Punch there for Maxime on a double.
Yeah, that'll give Team Manitoba a possible 731. And Northern Ontario, I don't get how many marks they got.
They got looks
one
like
mark.
One strike, yeah, one strike in the 4 spot.
One strike, so 533 and a strike.
Yeah, so we're a bit behind here. It's by a couple hundred, yes.
Good little 3-frame stretch there for Manitoba is kind of giving them a jump here.
Jordan's done well in the first 2 games to finish the game strong, so I do. It's a miss there, but I do anticipate she'll save her best for last year.
How many times have you seen that? Miss a corner and throw a strike the next frame after. It's a classic move.
Automatic.
Oh yeah, they're just
pretty much, isn't it?
They just want you to say nice count on your spare, right? That's the
youth or even adults. When we play, it's miss a corner pin. You 60% of the time you're throwing a strike the next one.
Everyone loves to hear that when they come off the lane. Hey, nice count on your spare, buddy.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Pierogi.
Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Mongolia. Okay, so I was way off.
That's
way off.
And I just pressed the button so I didn't have to read all that.
Either way, I'm hungry. Wherever it comes from, I want some.
I hear you.
Well, hopefully the viewers at home will now be on their Google apps and try and find out where can we buy this pierogi.
Yeah. Support your local Turkmenistan business.
And if the question comes up on Jeopardy tonight or something, you'll know the answer.
Yeah, thank us later. Well, Izzy just missed there, but looking to get back on the middle.
Just looking at the matches here. A little bit of a lead for Ethan in the top match. Second match, very close. The third match.
Yeah, Sadie had a good start at with the spare 4 in a row. Give her a little bit of a lead.
Yeah.
We got Noah and Isabella is still pretty darn close.
Yeah, but
10 acre.
26.
Yeah.
And the bottom match, very close.
There you go. Colton adds a mark to the game. Oh, I missed the top part. So sorry about the pierogi again. Not to not to talk too much about this, but Russia and Ukraine. Okay, so the migrating Eastern Europeans brought it out to those other places.
Well, thanks for clarifying that.
Yeah, Panda Cookie, whoever you are, we appreciate it. Thank you.
I might just type that into one of our fast food apps when we're done and get some delivered just to try it.
Yeah, I don't know how my partner will feel if I tell her I'm getting meat packets for dinner, but she's Polish though, so she might know more than me about this.
Totals now still Manitoba up about 140, I think.
Yeah, it looks like we've got 3 marks there, so you can add 45, but yeah, still a ways behind. So big 8, 9, 10 for Northern Ontario needed here to take this one home.
Yep, Max Gibson just finishing off his third ball. He's already earned 4 gold medals at the YBC National Championships. 1 as a bantam and now 3 as a senior. There we are, 15 count.
Yeah, remarkable. And he just won, as we mentioned, with Noah as his partner. The doubles this time around. Max average 245, Noah 226 at Nationals.
Well, when they graduate to the adults, I mean, Manitoba's getting pretty strong. You guys got some fantastic bowlers there, so Manitoba just gets stronger.
There's a good ball.
Yeah,
that is a nice shot.
Got that one out, finished it nice.
There's a match with a double by Ethan.
Yeah, and that's the scary thing too, because this is the youth challenge. Everybody here still has another year of YBC left.
Oh yeah, it's not it's not the 19, right? The YBC. Yeah. Sean here got a bit robbed. He was shaking his head while the pin was shaking. Oh, looks like you're getting some pierogi. Jeez, I'm in the wrong zone here. No.
There's a ball that's sitting there.
All
There's
right,
a good ball.
Emily, throwing great this game. In the middle.
One of the slower speeds, but quite accurate, though. That was a good ball that hang right on the right side.
Izzy's trying to find a rhythm here. Just a little left, a little right.
Manitoba putting up a solid 8th frame. You got 3 strikes coming down.
Hung on to that one a little too long.
Oh, big shot from Colton. There you go, on the spare. Comes in off the bench and making waves.
It's amazing. We had because unless they played the youth challenge before, they would not have a lot of experience coming in off the bench or with the whole substitution thing. But in the 2 previous matches that I've covered, some of the people coming in have I've seen like someone come in with a triple and 180 for 5 frames, I think it was, and 70 for 2, stuff like that. So being young is nice too, that you're not going to stiffen up as much, but some great bench play so far for players that probably aren't used to it.
Yeah, and then not even not even just that, but the coaches having the 2 coaches thinking about the what that conversation's like. Where in the opens you got the 1 coach making those decisions, right? So kind of interesting to be a fly on the wall during those conversations.
Yeah, because the decisions come really quickly. You kind of have your mind going in like, okay, if they miss, they might be done, but if they miss before, they might be done, and whatever. And it all happens so fast. And sometimes it depends what the opposition does too. But yeah, it's tough enough for one person to two people to get together in a hurry. Definitely an interesting dynamic. So
Yeah, I would agree with having 2 coaches, right? You've got to talk with the coach, and then do you make your decision to pull early, or do you wait? I mean, it has to be totally thought about, and it's an important pull. It usually is.
Yeah, you wonder in the prep if that's something they talk about, because you want to make sure you have that synergy.
There's a turkey for Ethan. Hey, there we go.
Woo!
Manitoba putting a nice little run together here.
Yeah, and Sean's back on the board here. We're gonna need to bang out all the way here to make a run.
Good looking shot, just hung out a little bit.
Yeah, I thought it was coming in there. See, a bit of a drop shot there, but drop in the right spot. Isabel with good lift on the ball. Great shot.
Well, that gives her a 30 count, eh? The 3-pin spare. That's a tough shot to do.
I think that's probably the one thing about this that's sort of like beneficial is when you're next to someone who shoots a head pin, it's easy to get in your head, but when you're in this virtual thing, you don't see it, right? So
yeah, it depends on how the teams have it set up too. I know when we play the Pro League at Nebs, we're kind of lucky. Jeff can put the YouTube feed up on the monitor right beside us. And actually, it's kind of funny because with a little bit, there's usually a 5-7 second lag. You can almost go watch your replay really quick.
Yeah, same thing. Yeah, we didn't play this year, but the 2 years previously. Yeah, that was one of my favorite things, was like throwing a strike and walking off and getting the instant replay.
Just like watching the hockey players now, right? When the whistle sounds, everybody's looking at the scoreboard up top, right? So they can see that replay to see where they missed or how the goalie made the save.
And the coaches are looking at their tablets and.
Okay, well, we're sitting on 828 Northern Ontario with looks like 3 marks. 3 marks, yeah, 3 marks. So can add a 45 to that, but we're still quite a ways behind here. We're gonna need a miracle here probably, but game to game here. If we could go through the games here after this frame here and just kind of see where we're at. I think that 2 spot's pretty close. 2's really close. 3's not close. 4's not really close. Kind of opened the door a little bit there in the 5th, but not really. No, that one's.
So Ethan up in 10 working on a triple.
No.
Are we going to see that ham bone graphic?
Not to jinx it, I got it ready.
Here's a good shot.
Hey, there you go. Great.
She's throwing a couple good balls. Great, you jinxed it.
Hey, you know what? I'm already hungry with that pierogi there. I don't need to see the ham bone. That's a good finish, Jordan.
Yeah, she threw lots of good shots that game, just couldn't put them consecutively.
Yeah, 215 for Jordan. Ethan wins the point. 258.
Yeah, solid game there. I think this is the match.
This is
tightest match here. Looks like he's getting some advice from the coach. Coaches.
And we got 163 on a strike against 170 on a spare.
Oh, and she's throwing a great ball.
Yep, gives her the 30 count on the spare, on the 3-pin spare. There we go.
Oh, cleans it up on that
mark
strike.
Up.
So she's got 230 max for Jillian.
That looks good. Great shot.
Is that 220?
Got all blurry all of a sudden. Yeah, I think 222 perhaps.
Most we can get is 2. Yep. So The point would go to Northern Ontario for the 2 spot.
Emily with a great first shot and spare.
And Jillian would finish off with a 210. One going into the third player.
Emily with the 200 on the nose. Izzy's getting coached up. Team talk there.
Splits, but she's got the match wrapped up.
Well, Sadie would just complete bowling her best game. Her high game was 300 up to this point. So she can change this resume now to...
She may have fouled. Not sure if that... no, I think she stopped herself. Yeah, looks like it. Well, good for her. Rise to the occasion. 314. Yep. I mean,
314.
314 completes that with her highest game.
Awesome. You love to see that. You love to see that. Tournaments bring out the best of us, right? All right. Isabel's ready to rock.
That was a triple for Noah. He's got the turkey.
Oh, great shot. Great shot.
Very good.
Makes this game a little tighter. Is he a little reach? Extra reach there.
240. We got a little bit of blue on the demographics there. And finish that up.
Oh.
245.
To 189. And Colton gets it way out there. Hangs the corner. Oh, it just misses.
Solid 270 for Noah.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe not the result that Northern Ontario wanted, but we got one.
Yeah, solid 5-game total of 1256 for Team Manitoba. Gives them a 250 average a bowler, 251.
Yeah, great game for Manitoba there. Great game. I think we got to move to a spreadsheet maybe.
So 7-1 for Manitoba.
Yep, Manitoba wins 7-1. We have one more game left for the series of today's events.
Me trying to add us, Sakam. Sorry.
That's okay. Well, you got me.
There you go.
We're back.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, Manitoba went on a little run there, frames around 6 through 7, 8, and built themselves a lead, and Northern Ontario just could not fight back.
Yes, it was the all-strike frame, I think, in frame number 7. Was it frame number 7 or frame number 8 that really helped them out?
Yeah, and I think they were working on 5 marks when they had that frame too, so it really, and when you're trailing by a little bit, that's the last thing you want to see from your opposition.
It's
a bit deflating for sure.
Yeah, but obviously
Great effort.
Manitoba. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Just a great effort though from both teams. I mean, we just couldn't piece anything, any consistency together there. Lots of sort of punching, corner pins, and just couldn't get on a roll with any strikes.
Yeah, even like Jordan's game there, she threw a lot of good shots, but all her strikes were separated by either spares or punches in open frames. And again, when you're chasing, when you're down 100, 150, 200, and the number's getting bigger, it's hard if you can't string anything together. So, but Northern Ontario is not playing that bad. That game wasn't great, but long way to go. And obviously great start. I'm sure Manitoba's thrilled, 20 out of 24 so far.
Yes, they're doing really well. We got now 20 points out of 24. And they've got 2 1200 marks. And even the game they only shot 1050, they still got 7 points. So we got lucky in that second game. And we got one more match to go today. We're looking forward to another good one. We have PEI on the menu. I don't know who Northern Ontario has for this next one.
I'm not sure actually, but I could find out.
The one cheat sheet I don't have ahead in front of me, actually.
Okay, I had it. Let's see here.
Well, we are moving forward anyway, Manitoba, to PEI for the game 4 on today's docket, and that'll be the final game coming up.
Yeah, and Northern Ontario looks like they're playing Saskatchewan the last game.
All right, great. Well, watch out, Saskatchewan. We're due for a bounce back here.
All right. Well, anyway, thanks, guys. It's been a pleasure.
Good luck to Northern Ontario for the rest of the way.
Yeah, you guys too. Thanks so much for this.
Yep. Take care. A little break. Next match, I believe, starts at the top of the hour, unless you're in Newfoundland, which will be at the bottom of the hour or at 20. Anyway.
Yes.
Great. Thanks,
All
guys.
right. Yep. Well, thank you, guys.
All right, guys.
And we'll do a little break interlude here, and we'll be back with the next match. All right.
Hello.
Hello, Mark
Hey.
Johnstone. How are you?
Hey, Steve. How's it going? I'm good.
Good.
Nice to come over and join you for the next match.
Thank you.
No
Thank you.
problem. Don't want you to leave you hanging, apparently.
No problem. I know Daryl will be joining us soon. He's having trouble. People that have been watching Ontario, I guess, will know that he's been fading in and out. But Daryl Noble will be with us to help bring you match 4 of the day, the fourth and final game of day 1 of the Youth Challenge Nationals.
Luckily I've already done one of each of these teams' games, so I do have a little bit of knowledge already. So that helps.
Yep, I have some familiarity with Ontario, obviously, but any help with our teams from Nova Scotia, New Brunswick would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, I'm ready to go whenever we're ready.
All right.
And Daryl's messaging me on the side as well here too, just in case. So
yeah.
Cool.
So we'll go over the rosters for both teams, and then once we get into the game, we'll put the lineups. That's the way I've been doing it. So I hope that
that works for me.
Well for everybody. So I will do Ontario, Kyla Wallace, Raven Hamaker, Kaylee Milner, Eric Berg, Ryan Luker, Colton Stewart, coached by Jen Hagar and Matt Wallace, and they're playing at Mountain Lanes in Hamilton today.
Perfect.
And
all right, and we have the Nova Scotia New Brunswick team. Our girls are Ellie Smith, Amy Vignette, Addison McIntosh, Hunter Holman, Dylan Guitard, Alex Hilberg, Rod Nitz, and Kim Howe are the coaches, and they're bowling at North Rustico Lanes in North Rustico. Lions Bowling, I guess. Sorry.
Actually in PEI, I believe.
Yes, I just came off the last match. Them and PEI were playing each other in the same center, so that's a different one there.
Yeah, cool. All right. And we don't want to keep these guys waiting too long for their last game of the day.
I love it.
Awesome.
All right. Oh, just me on my own, eh? You gonna leave me hanging like this?
Well, you know I'm new, so.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. So I didn't see how Daryl did, or I didn't see how Ontario did the last match.
I think you still have to kick. Yeah, there you go.
I know they've played well their first 2 games.
Yeah, they won the match, close one against Northern Ontario when I was doing that one. I mean, I have the stats after 2 up a minute ago, but not quite done the third game yet.
Yeah. So we'll update that. I know we're working on a path that we'll be able to put that on the screen for everybody. But
they might have after 3 games. So this is our 4th game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they do have after 3 games. So Ontario is in 5th place with 13 points. And Nova Scotia, New Brunswick is in 7th with 8 points. So both kind of in the middle of the pack, I guess. Obviously, we're only 3 games in. Ontario's 2-1, and Nova Scotia, New Brunswick is 1-2. So it looks like they lost a close one there, Steve, to Alberta by 31 points. Or no, 29-point difference. Close one. Who are some of the games that you've done so far?
So I've done The last game, Manitoba beat Northern Ontario 1256 to 960, 7-1. It was funny. Sadie for Manitoba came in. Her highest ever game was 300, and she thought of 314. So,
Oh wow,
pretty good spot to play your highest ever single.
I want to say she had 270 or 280 when I was doing that match, the first match.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Newfoundland won a close one, 12-10 over Quebec, 11:58. So they won 6-2. And the first game, PEI, not a bad game compared to their average. They shot over 1,000, but Alberta shot 1244 and won 7 points against them the first game.
Yeah, I saw that first match was Manitoba Quebec, 1350 to 1250, roughly, 6-2 Manitoba, I think it was. And then Ontario, Southern Ontario over Northern Ontario 5-3. That was a close one near the end. And then this last one was 6-2 New Brunswick, Nova Scotia over PEI, and it was pretty close right down to the end too. So I've had some pretty good matches.
Yeah.
All right, I think we're ready to go here, I guess, eh?
Yeah, just waiting for I noticed that in the last match, I know people that play 5PL are conditioned to once the screens go up, you can
Yeah.
get going.
I've been having the same common issue. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Good to go. Just need somebody to take that first plunge in. Yeah. Well, and the thing with 5PL too is we have a coach that's usually doing like the pre-interview or whatever. So
right. Yeah. So you know that once they run the little promos after the interviews, we're starting. Yeah. No, it's a learning curve. I think it's going pretty well though, from what I've seen in the comments and everything. And actually the
yeah, it seemed like my streams have been going good too. So, all right, let's give her. How do we tell these people?
Okay.
You need somebody watching the feed. Yeah, hey, Daryl, tell them it's good to go.
We're good. I just messaged Sarah Gorman, who's representing Ontario.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, she just said that's our lineup. She meant it was on the screen. So,
all right. Yeah, start it off.
Yeah. Or maybe we'll just work on. I'm sure Carrie's got nothing better to get a banner that says "good to go" or something.
Yes. Maybe we can somehow develop something for the rest.
The next ball you throw counts.
Yeah. I'll mention that. Whoa. Turned off my monitor there. And we've been pretty good with schedule. We've been done ahead of time, and
yeah. Well, that's the thing, right? The first time through, the last thing you want to be is to get behind. So better to give yourself more time than cut it close.
Yep. Over promise and under deliver, as they say. It's common in my industry, or you want to be like that anyway.
Yeah.
I just commented, I don't know if you're in this side group.
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay, yeah, everyone's like, yeah. I think we all had the same problem getting the matches started. And even if it's like, if somebody is there, they might be in a totally different, like in the basement or in the office
right. Yeah, that's what we ran into. We had either people off site or on a different floor or.
Oh, what happened here now? Yeah, there we go. Let's keep going.
So for Nova Scotia, New Brunswick lineup, they're going Addison, Dylan, Ellie, Alex, and Hunter. For
Yeah, last
Ontario-
game. Oh, go ahead, Steve.
No, I was just going to say I was going to give Ontario's, but I'm going to wait till it clears up a bit.
Yeah, it seemed like it was fixing itself earlier.
Yeah.
Or refreshing or whatever is going on. So I just did the Nova Scotia New Brunswick game, and they came off a 6-2 win. So I think Hunter had the highest game. He had a 5-bagger. I think he had about 260.
Nice.
But it was a close one. Whoa. All right. I'll pull up my stats from earlier too.
Little first frame oops for both teams.
Yeah. She spared it up. She must have learned that from her dad.
Yep, quite possible.
Yeah, so the last match that I was doing, Kyla was not in the lineup. So what kind of average? So she's got a 218 league average currently. I like to look at the profiles and stuff sometimes.
Yeah.
More stuff to talk about. And I was just looking at Kyla's career aspirations. She says no clue. That's about what I was in high school. I had no idea what I wanted to do.
Yeah. I still don't, so 56 and I still don't know what I want to be when I grow up.
Yeah. We're going to be commentators for bowling.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I could say there's not much money in it, but it's fun and if it's what you love.
Yeah, exactly. It's not work.
Yeah. Good shot for Raven there.
Yeah, marks all around so far for Ontario. They seem to be sliding a bit on the approaches here. I'm not sure what. They weren't having an issue last match.
And Eric's a solid player. He's been a 2-time Ontario champ in YBC in the singles. Don't know if you're familiar with his dad, Kevin. Kevin's been a great player in Ontario for a long time.
Yeah, I brought him up in the last one. Yeah.
Yeah. And,
I just assumed that there was a relation there.
Yeah. Yeah. And Eric's playing a lot of the adult events around here, the club tour, the cash tournaments. Went to the Quebec Classic even to play. So.
Oh, okay.
And giving back too, him and Aaron Glover and a couple other younger people, Raven, I think, is involved too, actually running some YBC tournaments and team tournaments.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And even a big POA, or it's not a POA tournament, but you enter and then you draft your teams.
Oh, cool.
So you enter and it shows everybody's average in that, and you get to draft teams. So really, a great way to grow the game. And as I've always preached to, the younger kids, that if you want somebody to play against in, 10, 15, 20, 30 years, as you get older, you've got to help grow your own community too.
Yeah. I'm familiar with a few of them because I've done a shirt for Raven.
Yeah.
and obviously Kyla.
Yeah.
And then I'm familiar with Eric's dad, so I'm familiar with a few of them, but I don't know. Not too familiar with Colton, Kaylee, and then Ryan.
Yeah.
I mean, I do the shirts, so I recognize the names that way, but
yeah,
it's kind of neat for me because I do all the shirts for a lot of these. So I did them for both of these teams, but it's kind of neat to see put a name to the face, you know?
Yeah, exactly. I bet it is. Yeah, just looking quickly at just Ontario. Kaylee Milner this year, she won gold in the junior girls singles at YBC Nationals. As I mentioned, Eric's played YBC Nationals before. Raven has Kyla, very good YBC career. Ryan Luker has won singles in a couple divisions now, provincially. This year he played in the senior boys singles, came fifth, averaged 239, coming fifth. So obviously solid. And Colton's a very good player too. He's played in, I've coached against him numerous times in U Challenge and other events.
Cool.
And then they're coached by Jen Hagar, who from the Windsor area. And unfortunately, their center was owned by Mariano Marconi for years, who was on the Bowl Canada board forever.
Yeah.
And he's retired, and I don't think anyone's picking up a center in Windsor. So they're going to have the problem of not having anywhere to bowl without traveling like 45 minutes.
Oh, wow. That's
yeah.
I remember Mariano from way back in the day. I was going to Bowl Canada meetings.
Yeah.
That was probably 20 years ago.
Yep.
Well, maybe a little less than that.
And their other coach, of course, Matt Wallace, who people know from Open Nationals last year. This year, he's Ontario's singles rep in the Masters. So he's been really hot last couple of years. Threw a perfect game at the Open a couple years ago for a big check. So
yeah. And then actually, that's good you're talking about the coaches because we talked a little bit about them, but didn't talk too much. But the coaches for Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Rod Nitz and Kimberly Howe. Rod is definitely well known for sure. I don't know Kimberly as much. Looks like she's relatively new to coaching and just 12 years as a coach. And her daughters are in YBC, so it's kind of cool to see some new faces for me too.
Yeah, and Rod's been name familiar with the sport for a long time.
Yeah, and we talked about how they kind of joined forces, and it seems to be going well. Hunter's pretty good. He just needs to, if he's like slow, and he's really good. He just needs to control his body.
Right.
See how he was in control and nice and slow, and he was fine.
Yeah, I find that with a lot of younger guys specifically, but especially the guys that are kind of big and sturdy as it is and are strong. They're naturally strong. They don't have to overthrow. It's just you've got plenty of power, just balance and control.
Yeah. Yeah, you've already got the power. You don't need to because I think it's just that mentality. We've got to throw it as hard as we can sometimes, but nah. I'm always a fan of just throwing it naturally.
Yeah.
Whether it's a hook or back up, end over end, hard, fast, slow.
Yeah, absolutely.
Double for air. Yeah, you said that Kaylee was the junior girls singles national champion. Yeah, because the other match she shot a 304 or something like that. So yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, and it's funny with the U Challenge because the age threshold is a year younger than YBC. We're looking at some of the accolades that these guys and girls have already done in their career, and it's like they've still got another year of YBC too.
Yeah. And I'm seeing a lot of these teams, the age gap. There's a big age. There's 13 to 19-year-olds on some of these teams. It's crazy.
Which in a way is good because you want the
Yeah.
13, 14-year-olds to keep at it. And then, once they go back and tell their friends and their league bowlers that, yeah, I made it this far and I got to do this, and it'll inspire them to do it too, hopefully.
Yeah. And like having some older kids on the same team, people to look up to, like you said, the ones that are kind of leading the way there, that goes a long way for the longevity of your demographic, if you will.
Right. Absolutely.
Looks like we got a little lane malfunction here.
Yeah. And then doing the Manitoba game, and you've got like Max Gibson, who's been to a whole bunch of YBC nationals and won doubles with his partner, who's also on his youth challenge team, Noah.
Yeah.
And they're playing together today in a national championship. And then Max also bowled Monday night in the Pro League finals on Dakota. Like,
yeah,
he's still got another year of YBC left.
Yeah. Yeah, he's at both nationals and plus 5 PL, and yeah, that's awesome. Definitely more and more younger individuals going out to some of the bigger events, and it shows they get better.
Well, and I've talked about it in the other broadcasts with when we had Newfoundland on, and of course Manitoba, Northern Ontario, Alberta, and I'm not meaning to leave anybody out, but the provinces where they've got so much young talent, but the older talent just embraces it and, welcomes them and pushes them even harder, right? And then there's programs and tournaments, and all these young kids are playing tournaments with big name players, and that's how you get better.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta just keep trying. If you're committed to it anyway, and you want to get better, and you want to, then just keep trying. It'll come.
Yeah.
We'll probably need a score update soon, but it just got clear. Did you just read my mind or what?
Wasn't me.
Did you do anything there, or just like Insta got better?
No, that's well beyond my capabilities.
Well, that worked out good.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got 158. The marks aren't counting, if I do recall. So we got 45, 90 add, so 248 to 206, approximately.
Yeah, early on here.
I think they might have a tangle, I guess. Oh, no. Oh, that was good. Hey, if it has to be like a little blurry on the bowling and the crystal clear score, I guess it is what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think when provinces decided where they wanted to play, they might have chosen central location and decent pinfall over worrying about whether their Wi-Fi and everything was top notch.
Yeah, exactly, which is probably a wise decision. I know the scoring's good. Mountain, Bonnie Doon, Polo Park seem pretty good. Like Mario's and Thunder Bay is good. So I think they're all. The center here in New Brunswick. Oh yeah, Turkey, nice. The center here in New Brunswick seems decent. Or no, sorry, they're Then
That
PEI.
Rustico, yeah.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, because when I had PEI on earlier, JB was saying that they're playing at the other end of the center. There might only be 6 lanes, so one might be playing on 3, and one might be playing on 5.
Yeah, that's the way they were doing it. Well, gotta keep getting marks, and 3 or 4 marks a frame isn't bad.
Yep, they've got the 2 strikes in the 2 and 3 hole there. They're going to need a reset there. Pretty good start from Ontario. Colton with the open there, 67.
Yeah, I like the signs. We know what's going on.
Yeah. Kyler working on a mark. Kaylee on a strike. Raven, of course, 60 on a strike. And Eric's got the front 3 to start.
We got a thumbs up there. Or she gave a thumbs up for somebody. Be kind of interesting to get some feedback from the kids too, and how they. I mean, obviously, an in-person event's better, but I think this is going pretty good.
I think so too, and we've got 33 people watching now. I know some of the matches it was over 50. So when you throw that over 5 streams, that's pretty good. So in actuality, it might be like the bowlers don't get a chance to travel. Now, saying that, depending where nationals are, some may travel further to the center they're playing at now than to where nationals would have been. But,
yeah.
You know, for the Ontario team, looking quickly, you've got Kyla and Matt come from the Ottawa area. Eric, Ryan, they're fairly local. Kaylee's a few hours away. And Raven's 2 or 3 hours away, too, I think, up in Port Elgin there. So, I mean, it is still a weekend you get to travel. It's not like getting on a plane and going across the country or anything. But from an audience of viewership, you might get people, because there's 5 streams, you get a chance to watch your team every game. So from that standpoint,
it's actually in a way better because if you're watching from afar, yep.
Right. And they're kind of getting used to it now. I know he set it up, but he set it up on the wrong lane, I think.
Maybe they're moving lanes.
Unless they're moving to lane 2.
Yep.
Okay, so they're moving lanes.
Yep.
So definitely a different experience for the bowlers too, right? Not being beside the team you're playing against. Had in my previous games had quite a few, whether Mitch Williams, Dan Taylor, who have played 5PL, and just trying to get, how different and how much of an adjustment it is to try and bring the intensity and everything when there's either nothing else going on or you're surrounded by people that don't know what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And obviously you would have a lot of experience with that too.
As long as we're on schedule here, I got to pick up the boy in an hour, or I got to leave in an hour to do that.
Well, if you gotta go, you gotta go. No problem.
Yeah, we should be fine.
Yeah, if the rest of this game takes an hour, we have other problems.
Yeah. I mean, they got 6 lanes. They can move a couple more times.
Yeah. Yeah. So decent start for Ontario. They got 4 marks working, including Eric starting on the front 3. Nova Scotia, New Brunswick. Second and third bowlers working on strikes.
That's a good ball. There you go. She just had like the worst. She was like, "Oh my god, a 3-pin." So JB was saying these 2 teams here, just kind of quote unquote camp out, kind of just having a weekend of it, and so I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, nice.
Nice, like if you can travel. I think he said it was a 3 or 4 hour drive. Just kind of get together if you can and make a weekend of it.
Colton missed the corner. He'll be open in the first frame there. I think it bounced out and took it, but they're making that correction.
I was like, what's going on here? It's not even on our end.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dylan opened on his strike, 63 in the 4th. Kyla's 31 on a spare in match number 2.
That looks good.
Oh. Was backing in nice, just backed in too much, got to the nose. So head pin for Ellie. Kyla throws her strike.
Have you seen a lot of like pulls at all or anything like that? Every game?
Yeah, and actually the bench play has been really good. I'm going to mess it up. I'm going to get the game wrong, but
I think you're going to think of Dan was saying something about Northern Ontario girl came in and threw a turkey or something.
I didn't see that one. For Quebec, Catherine came in the 5th frame. She had 72 in the 5th to work with. She came in through a triple, ended up getting 168 for 5 frames.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was another of 70 for 2 frames. Yeah, so considering the bench play would be a fairly new experience for most of these people. They're doing really well. Now, it might also help to be young.
They're throwing strikes now.
Be able to sit for a while and
Yeah, I don't know if my body likes doing that.
If my body can take it, I actually love playing the bench, or loved playing the bench, just from that mindset where you just come in and it's a challenge to make up what you can and help the team. If you steal a match, it's a bonus.
Mm-hmm.
But again, from
I thought he had that.
From a coaching standpoint, with 2 coaches too, we were talking a little bit about that. That dynamic's interesting as well.
Have you been in youth challenge coach?
I coached 1 year. I was actually at Sherwood Park, and I was with my wife Kathy as coaches. So I even found that to be, because we kind of have the same mindset. I'm probably a little more aggressive as far as pulling than her, but we're very, very similar. But still, you kind of, after every frame, you discuss and say, okay, what do you think here? Yeah, if that one goes south, or if that person throws a strike, or if that person misses, you kind of discuss it. But then things can happen so fast. And because there's 2 of you, as I found, like, by the time you kind of look and get acknowledgement of a yes, let's do it, or whatever, you really have to work fast. So
Yeah, something else could happen that might change your mind.
yeah. So, I mean, in my own head, whether coaching this or in pro league, when you've got two poles, it's your mind's always going through every possible scenario, and then you've got to react to it, right?
Yep. And plus, in that, you got to be looking at a monitor too and trying to figure out.
Yeah, and that's where it's hard to get a feel whether, if you're basing stuff on the opposition, whether the score's telling you the right story, or okay, we've got a sub here.
All right, I love it.
Okay.
Awesome. We got to get nice little signs made up now, and
yeah.
Well, hopefully next year we'll be back in person.
Yeah. Then I found too, when we coached, we kind of was different that year because our team from Southern Ontario was based on the Ontario Winter Games that year, and it was less than 2 weeks before nationals. So it was a mad scramble, right? For everybody. Okay, now we made it. We got to get travel arrangements for the teams, and we didn't really have a chance to practice because there was only one weekend in between.
Yeah.
And we kind of made the decision that the first 6 games, every person was going to start one game on the bench. We kind of made strategically trying to plan for our stronger players to be against possibly a weaker team on paper.
Yeah.
But just so, because you don't want someone traveling across one of our players' grandparents flew from Florida to Edmonton to watch. So it's like if they're making that commitment, you don't want them, starting 2 games out of the whole tournament.
Yeah. No, I understand completely. Throwing a couple double in a turkey there.
Oh, yeah.
The girls in the middle are, well, and Derek at the bottom too, I guess. Oh yeah, Ryan's on the bench for Ontario. Turkey.
Ooh, corner for Raven. Couldn't tell if that jumped the corner or cut through. It might have been a little thin, but
that's what I was thinking.
She throws a really nice, smooth backup ball.
Whoop. We got more technical issues here at Rustico. Sure, what's...
And with most of, if not all of Team Ontario, I know just bowling families up and down. Everybody's at least 2 generations of bowlers, I believe.
Yeah. Well, not so much for me. Yeah, I just started bowling because a friend of mine across the alley was in bowling.
Ah.
That was about it. I mean, if you pick it up quick and you get good at something, then you probably want to keep doing it. So that probably helped.
Yeah. No, for sure. For sure. And in your case, it definitely applies.
Yeah. It's funny though, because how like when I was younger, like it was, I played a lot of other sports too, but I kind of had to keep the bowling under wraps a little bit because bowling just wasn't as good as hockey or baseball or anything like that, right? So
yeah,
but
funny you say that, yeah, because I didn't bowl Bantams in YBC. I started when I was younger than that, but didn't bowl Bantams because it interfered with hockey. And schedule changed where I played at a different level where I was playing during the week, and then I came back in juniors. But kind of the same thing. I played hockey and baseball and other stuff, and it was like until I could, tell people that I was going away for bowling
or you won a provincials or whatever it would be, right? Like
or
a
that
zone.
I made a little bit of money playing sweeps after a tournament, stuff like that. They were like, "Oh, that sounds cool." Then,
yeah, exactly. So, but now, like, it's pretty much life, I guess. Is bowling.
Oh, for sure, right? If we're not, I might start playing again once I got
Get some knees.
One knee that's a year old and one that's 4 months old. So once but I'm at the point where I can't just go and play for fun, and I can't go out and I don't expect to be like was not necessarily at your level, but I was decent when I was younger or several years ago, but I don't expect to play at that level. But if I can't go out and be at least competitive, it's not fun. I would rather do stuff like this or coaching and behind the scenes stuff. That is fun.
Yeah, I can relate to that for sure. Like having injuries and just not being able to. It's hard to describe, but it's like when you're up there and you just can't be at the level you want to be at. It's frustrating and it wears on you.
Yeah. Well, even some of the good shot for Hunter there is Cherry with a big lead still. Even I've seen you play several events where you're not at 100%, and in the back of your mind, you're not making excuses, but you're like, I wish I could play these guys at 100% or even at 90% or 80%.
I've said that so many times in the last couple of years. I'm still doing all right, but it's like just need that little extra.
Yeah.
Just cherish the moments now. Colton's looking a little quick up there.
Yeah, that's where you don't want to let up, but you also don't want to panic. You've got teammates that are helping you out this game.
No, they might. Oh, something's going on. Ball in the gutter, I think. There's a good spare for Amy. Oh, no. Sorry, I missed the second ball. That would have been a 15. Takes the spare. Dylan did this a lot in the last game. He goes strike open kind of thing. Just needs to be a little bit more consistent, and just comes with reps.
Yeah, and part of that, when you throw a good shot for a strike, you want the second one so bad to throw the double. You tend to try harder when you don't. Just throw the same ball that got you the strike.
Turkey. That's game 3. Hambone. I love the icons.
Yeah.
Cam Boone hadn't seen him before. He got a kick out of it the first game. And there was lots in that match too. The one kid finished with 7 in a row.
Wow.
Ethan, I think. Ethan or Dylan, I can't remember.
Yeah. I think there's a corner that Raven will take that looked pretty full crossing over.
So is Mountain in Hamilton there where the Ontario team's bowling at? Is that where most of the people went when Sherwood closed?
Some. I know they've got a Thursday cash league there that has a lot of good players. Actually, probably, I want to say probably more of them had already played the league at Mountain than had bowled league at Sherwood.
Oh, yeah.
But that's going back a few years. A lot of people, Echo in Brantford, which is now owned by Dave Bentley, isn't that far away, about 20, 25 minutes if you're on top of the mountain in Hamilton. Well, they call it a mountain. People from Alberta would laugh at that, but the escarpment, we will call it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if you're up on the escarpment, it's only about 25 minutes away from. It's like Eric was expecting the corner to fall there.
What is going on?
Yeah, the Nova Scotia and Brunswick team struggling a bit here, and I think their delays probably aren't helping them either. I don't think.
No, it's taking away from the flow, if you will. Oh, did we lose a camera there? Oh, there.
Right now, totals 443 for Nova Scotia, New Brunswick. Ontario 470, but a whole bunch of strikes to count on top of that. I want to say 120 extra at least.
Yeah, for sure. Probably.
So I'm not sure if the first strike.
No, none of them are counted.
30, yeah. So just 135 alone on Kaylee's game.
Yeah.
So 225, yeah. So about 255 to add. Again, if you're coaching here, Ontario, you want to keep your foot on the gas. You don't want to let up. You want to finish the game and on a big note. And as we know, winning 5 or 6 compared to winning 7 or 8 is a big difference at the end of a whole event.
Yeah, I don't really want to talk about that. I'm kidding.
Okay, sorry.
Either winning with more than 5 or losing with less, or losing with at least 1 point.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to take as many as you can. 1, 2, whatever.
Yeah.
It's getting skunked really hurts.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys could probably relate to that too, right?
Yeah, somewhat, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then even the Open Ladies team I coached this year, we missed the step ladder by half a point to 2 teams.
Oh, wow.
So it's, yeah. Every little bit.
Yeah. Oh, they're making a sub there now. Yeah. You want me to go in there and commentate? Do you want home? Well, I got about 20 minutes. Okay. Just like that.
So Ryan Luker's coming in here for Colton in the 7th frame. Ryan Luker off of YBC Nationals. He came 5th in the senior boys, averaging around 240. So certainly a good showing. And he's very early into his career as a senior. I'm not sure exact of his age, but
I can tell you.
He's going to have at least a year or 2 left.
Ryan is 16. I got all the profiles Oh, what happened there?
There you go.
Did we lose some power? What's going on? Did their devices power out? Oh, they're refreshing there. There we go.
Right, I'm coming back.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing too, is just continue to bowl.
Yep. And then I think if you're on the other side for Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, if you would have all the numbers in front of you, I have some, but I'm sure they're giving up a whole lot in average. You can't expect people to play over their heads, right? A good game for them is still a good game for them, regardless of what the opposition is throwing.
Oh yeah, I mean, a lot of your averages is in the 170s and 180s.
Yeah, and I know, looking at the Ontario team, that most of them would be. You might have a couple between 210, 220, but the rest can easily shoot 230, 240.
Yeah, I think there was
50, 260.
Yeah, I think Ryan was 245. I think Kyler was the 218, 220. Raven 235. It says Kaylee has a 189 average. I don't know if that's.
Well, she's still a junior, so that's possible. She's certainly
she ain't bowling like it.
Playing, yes.
I'm like, she had a 300 the other game. She's got another 5-bagger right now. Yeah, Eric is 230. I thought there was a 247 or something in there too. But yeah, they're all 220, 230, like you said, maybe a bit higher, but spare there. Missing corners.
That might just be focus, because usually she's pretty deadly on that.
That's a challenge with this too, is just staying in the moment, right? There's nobody around, or there's distractions that you can hear because there's nobody else bowling, or
yeah. And if you're looking at the other side and you've got a big lead, you you don't want to lose that focus. It's the last game of the day, but you certainly don't want to develop any bad habits, and you want to finish strong too.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that turned into a lot more than Eric originally had.
Oh, it bounced out.
Yeah.
He could spare this then. Oh. All right, here's Hunter. He's got a decent game going. Oh, I thought he was going to blow by there or miss.
Putting some marks together there. Yeah.
He's ahead.
Yeah, he threw a great shot for a strike. The first frame struggled for a couple, but then double chop spare strike. So excellent run for Hunter. It was Ryan in the 8th frame, up for Colton.
It's a strike. He's got this. He reminds me of JD. Well, tall, skinny guys. I don't know if you know JD. YBC kid from out here. JD Hislop.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, at first I thought you said JB, and I was trying to piece things together, and I.
Yeah, no. Yeah, JD.
Yeah.
Oh. Pins reset on lane 5 there. Another technical difficulty.
Kelly up on a 5-bagger. A good count. Really thick crossing over. She'll take the left corner. Right now, pretty good leads for Ontario in the top 4 matches. The bottom match, bit of an advantage for Hunter.
All right, Raven. Okay. Good shot there. Hey, you don't have to spare them if you just knock them all over.
Yep. If you can't hit them, don't leave them. So Eric up here, 158. His opponent, Hunter, 143 on a strike.
That was a good shot.
Again, I'm watching Eric a lot over the years. We mentioned sometimes about people throwing a little too hard. I think sometimes because he can throw so hard so easily, sometimes he does when he gets adrenaline, he kind of starts to overthrow and then loses the stuff on the ball. But I think he's gotten a lot better than that the last year or so.
Mm-hmm.
That comes with maturity and experience too, right? And trusting your shot.
Yeah. A good shot for Ellie. On her spare.
Yeah, she's been all over the middle the last few frames, other than the 3-pin a couple frames ago. She's throwing a fair bit better than her score indicates.
There you go. Got him to fall. Putting together a nice frame here.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a really nice shot for Alex. Reached that one out nice, got it out in front of him. A little demoralizing for them, though, because they're looking at having a decent frame here. And look across, and Ontario's got 2 spares and 3 strikes going this frame.
I think you got to let Daryl in there. Yeah.
Hi, gang.
Hey, Daryl.
In.
Howdy. Thanks, Daryl.
Yeah, no worries. All good. How we doing, Mr. Barker?
Not bad, DB. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good, thanks. heck of a day of bowling, and it's fun to be able to see these kids play.
It is.
Obviously not a perfect world scenario for them to be doing this, but all in all, I think we've had some pretty good feedback about the day. So, yeah.
Yep, and as we touched on a bit, maybe for some of the kids not getting to travel to a nationals, although a lot of them have traveled within their own province to play these nationals, but to have 5 streams going and 40 to 60 people watching at all times on all the streams, probably able to bring it to a broader audience, even if the kids didn't get the chance to travel.
Well, and typically at some of these events, even called the WCBT events, we're only streaming 2 sets of lanes. You're not streaming I don't know a national event that's streaming every single game. Some national events don't even have streaming at all. So this is taking it to another level. So kudos to C5 and 5-Pin Universe for teaming up and getting this done this way. I've honestly heard from one person too that said, I actually like it this way. This is way better. So we'll slow that down a little bit. Maybe we won't go that far, but certainly.
All right, guys, I gotta get rolling here. I gotta sign off. So
yeah, thanks, Mark.
Okay, Mark.
Thanks, everybody. Hope everybody enjoys this, and good luck the rest of the way.
You bet.
All right, see ya.
Yeah, and when you talk about nationals and streaming, we see the difficulty sometimes in having 1 or 2 feeds from a center. So, a lot of centers, if they don't have enough juice in their Wi-Fi, you really can't get more than 1 feed or 2 feeds going.
Yeah, this feed here from Ontario looks quite crystal clear on this one now. Maybe there's been an adjustment, or they told all the fans that are watching there to get off their Wi-Fi or something. Maybe too.
I'm not sure. It has. It does fade in and out a bit, but yeah. So Ontario continues with a pretty big lead, up about 200, and that's without counting their marks, which haven't counted in yet.
So we just had on my stream, BC and Newfoundland played. So in the standings there, if you're thinking about that, BC was in second place with 19.5. Newfoundland was at 15. Ontario is at 13 points. And Newfoundland only got 1 point. So they're up to a 16 now. So Ontario here, 3 points, 4 points, and they're climbing themselves up into a 4th position. BC with a big win at 7 points. They're now up to a 26.5. So we'll wait to hear what happened with Manitoba, but a significant day here for BC for sure.
Yeah.
Hunter had a solid game in the one last match, or a match that I had a couple earlier.
Yeah, he's thrown some good shots here, just hasn't been able to get them together. Yeah.
Kyla, did she got one of these? Oh, I'm going to add this for you. I'm only adding this icon here, friends. When it's a head pin, 5-5.
Oh, okay.
Right. Only when it's a head pin, 5-5. We don't necessarily, big 15. Oh.
Gotcha. So second match, Dylan does have a chance here to make it interesting. Throw a couple strikes. Oh,
kick back for the 12.
Great shot. Got the power chop and the kick.
I really like that Nova Scotia and New Brunswick, obviously them teaming up, but then that they went and joined PEI at their location. So sort of, closest in proximity and able to do something like that. It's good on them,
Yeah, and it'll feel like a group event, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they'll all get together and do, team dinners or if they'll
Right.
separate. But again, I think it's a cool thing for the Maritimes and just continue to build both of those provinces to get stronger. JB's was talking about, the Maritimes, I think they call it. There's a tournament out there. So,
Yeah.
kind of like we see now PEI is in the Pro League. We've seen Newfoundland with the NBT. The more that they can bowl in competitive situations, they'll just build up that as a whole, as a group, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And young competitors too. We were looking at the bios there, 13 years old, 14 years old, right?
Yeah, and that's great. They're coming in here, and as we mentioned, I think before you came on, they're giving a ton of pins away in this game in average to Ontario, but just you can't control what the opposition's doing. You want to play well, at your level and improve and learn and just keep coming back stronger every year.
Yeah. In that match that I was referring to about the Nova Scotia PEI, it came down to the anchor bowler presser situation. Mike, I don't know what the score was. I could tell you.
Yeah.
It was Nova Scotia. Yeah. So it was 939 to 910, but that's a 29 point difference. So pressure shots that they're putting them, and that's how you get better is by doing that. And Nova Scotia came out on top of that.
Yeah.
Right. So.
And that would have been interesting with them playing in the same center too.
Yeah.
Off of that, you've obviously experienced that in the Pro League whenever you've had to play that other team.
Yeah, they're long forgotten now, aren't they? I mean, they won the league 3 seasons ago, like. Yeah, it's a different beast. I mean, even for these guys, the day one playing with the cameras and the setup, probably not a whole lot of practice time to be able to do that.
Yeah.
So to get used to it a little bit, it takes a bit for sure.
Yeah.
Creating that energy and, I'm assuming parents and people like that are in the building, but there's not a lot of other things going on. I haven't seen any other centers that are having huge open play at the same time.
No. So Hunter opens and Eric opened as well. So that last match is really close.
Yeah, you're half a ball, 7 points there.
Yeah, totals will go to Ontario for sure, but
yeah, so depending on what Alberta does, we're looking at a potential 7-1 situation here. So that's going to get Ontario up to the 20-point mark. So definitely going to be into at least fourth. Alberta was playing Quebec here, and Quebec needed to make a bit of a move. They had a 12:45, 11:58, and then a 10:47, but they needed to make a move because obviously you want to be top 5 come end of day tomorrow to make it to the championship round, and then ultimately anything can happen in a stepladder. We've been there before, haven't we, Barker?
Yeah, I believe so.
That's dating ourselves a few years ago. Does anybody really want to hear about Daryl Bradley versus Steve Barker in 2003? It didn't have a 19 in front of it, so maybe they do. Hey, maybe they still remember. These kids haven't even. None of these kids have been born when we played in that national final, Barker.
Yeah, I know.
They're all saying, "Quit talking about yourselves."
Might have been the last time I actually played decent. Pretty good fills for both teams here. Ryan comes and throws a triple and a good finish to finish off the game. He came in for Colton, and same for Amy, who came in for Addison.
So that's a 1-0 so far for Ontario. 2, 3, 4. It's going to be
Amy gets 92 for her 5 frames.
You were talking earlier about that, second ball, third ball, and being able to try to maintain consistency. And that, that's the difference too. I even coach a soccer team, right? Or tier 3 versus tier 2. And really what it is, it's a 90-minute soccer game. Bowling is it's a 10 frame game and potentially 3 balls every frame. you want to start limiting those. So, taking opportunities to go from 22, 23, 24 balls a game down to, 20 to 21 to then to 19, then to 18, right? Slowly getting, better and better. But you're right, playing your own game, staying within yourself and your own shot, and trying to always learn and improve.
Yeah. The 230 for Kyla. Dylan came back pretty good to get to 190 in his game.
So this is Kaylee. This big game going on here. She had a 305 in her second game.
Yeah, and she's still a junior.
Wow.
She won the junior singles this year in YBC.
Still a junior. Good for her. They're going to have another 300. It looks like two tougher ones and two solid ones.
Good shot. Came in a little thick. Solid on the spare. And a great game for Kaylee. Good finish there for Ellie. Corner spare corner. Get to 174. Raven very solid this game on the middle. A couple corner misses.
Nice big 12.5 win here for Ontario, though. They're going to like seeing that on the stat book.
Yeah. Alex fought back there through double 8-9, just a little miss for the 3-pin and 10.
So I wonder if Hunter here is just taking his time, potentially just to sort of see what Eric might do. I do see him gearing up there on the left.
7-pin advantage for Eric.
Yeah, so he had a 272 in that game that I referenced versus PEI. Still there.
Yeah.
Just
No.
needs to get a badge along with this one.
Double-barreled action thrown at the same time, almost.
Oh, big spare. So that's close to a shutout, given that they're 7-0. There you go. Tough one, Hunter. So Eric will get that. So we'll have a C and 8-0 for Ontario. So Ontario puts them up to 21 points now.
So tough finish for Hunter. difference there is he threw a lot of good shots that game, just couldn't string them together. And if we look at the Ontario screen, just about everybody had at least a double. So they were able to, they hit the head pin a little more obviously, but they were also able to throw some strikes together.
Yeah. All right, solid win there for Ontario. As we mentioned, we'll just leave it up for a minute to let them get their scores if they need to. I'm sure managers and coaches are checking that out. I'm not sure, Steve, if you've got camera or if you're not at all. We'll do a little recap. There you go, bud.
Yeah.
Perfect. Well, thanks, man. Good day today. Obviously, 4 games under the belt.
Yeah, it was fun. Saw some great games, some close games. It's nice for these players to have a showcase to show their skills, right? As we mentioned, it's not in person, but again, you might get a bigger audience, and this is a kind of a newer experience for a lot of them.
Well, and gives them a taste that, like the 5PL. And hopefully it makes them feel like they're important, because they are important. This is still a national championship. They still qualified for this and made it to this event. It's not like they're just, randomly thrown together. So we want to make this a national event for them. So congratulations to making it this far. There's your hoodie. There's your merch. Right? There you go. We do have the merch store reopened. We'll promote that a little bit more tomorrow for anybody who wants to get something. We'll post order it as well. So things are if they want anything, feel free. But yeah, we'll chat a lot more about that tomorrow. Stats, again, people are sending in their score sheets right away. We're getting the stats by 3rd or 4th frame, so nothing's different than that. You're just not in a building with 100 other people.
Yeah, and a lot going on behind the scenes. Everybody's doing a great job, and we appreciate the effort in the bowling centers, right? Getting stuff set up, and each of the provinces have their teams in place running things on their end. So yeah,
many hands make light work, as I mentioned in opening ceremonies. But you're right, and we're appreciative of the tech, the host, everything that's going into it. So it's been a pretty solid day so far. So we'll sign off out of here. Steve, I think you and I will spend a few hours together tomorrow.
Perfect.
Which will reminisce maybe a little bit more about that 2003 Open Nationals. I can't remember who ended up winning that, but maybe you can remind me tomorrow.
I've got a pretty good idea. It wasn't us.
I think the 39 people still watching have a good idea too, if I would only be bringing it up. So if they know me well enough or at all, I'd only bring it up if I know the answer, right?
We did take you to a second game.
You did. I seem to recall something like this, not quite looking as flat as that looks at this point as well. But that's I digress. So
we're older and much wiser now.
Not at all. And maybe tomorrow we'll see some of these.
Yeah.
Some of these. Hey, what can we get to? That's the turducken. Right. Some great game alerts. We saw some of those. And could we? Who knows, eh? Right on, man. I'll end the stream. Thank you for your time today. You're a good man, and we'll look forward to spending time with you tomorrow.
Yep, and we'll see all our viewers again tomorrow.
You betcha. All right, everybody. Have a good night.